There we go. We're live on both fronts. Well, not live on YouTube technically, but recording. Welcome back to more Hayseed Knight. Does my house lack heating? No. I don't know. Something with my body just expels heat. So my hands and feet always get incredibly cold. Finish it yesterday? I never said that. I said this week. And no, we didn't finish it yesterday. I don't actually know how long it is. This game is not covered on howlongtobeat.com because it's a very under-the-radar kind of indie game where not that many people have played it. So my estimate of this week was a very rough estimate, and it's going to be more likely that it drags on into next week if I keep going on segues like this when people complain that I didn't finish it yesterday. So anyway...
You say you've seen all of this happen, and it wasn't just a figment of Adder's imagination.
Right. So we just got out of the bathhouse after Sepp smooched Adder and then smooched Aina, and that was pretty neat. Girls kissed. It was cool. And now Geoff has come in and kind of putting everything together, and looks like he might be having a bit of an internal meltdown with a face like that. Right.
They were real, Geoff.
And they're currently talking about all the visions and stuff.
And they were hungry.
Actually, let me just bring up the history to double check that. Moon Prism Power! Bikini, I just started. Contain first. No. I learned that Aina's voice is by the main developer of the game. They did very well with the little vocalizations that aren't quite words. Geoff needed a moment to assess the situation.
All right, that's as good of an excuse as any to finally turn a page in the story of our lives. Pack the bowls and the lamp. I have to gather a few provisions for the way. We'll be out of town before nightfall.
Whoa, hold on, Bard. You're running like a scalded reindeer. You sure you want to get like that? On just our word? I know you worked real hard for this place.
Adder, my lad, what kind of self-respecting bard would leave his best friend alone in his darkest hour? No, what kind of herald would do such a thing? I swore that I would make you a knight, and a knight I'll make you, be it here or at the end of the world.
I'm not sure if he's just having a breakdown. Also, I feel bad for covering Aina's face. Because Aina very cute and best girl.
So what's the actual reason?
Can't you see, you hoofhead? The city is brimming with beasts, and you're eloping with a knight's fiancé! Of course we're leaving! Yes, you can come along too, you piece of junk. We'll just ransom you to your father later. Go get started on a note. So, how does Daldybrew sound? Too swampy? Oishent! How about we go touring the western limits instead? I'm sure the Cheetahs would be happy to have more heirloomite musicians to boo.
But it ain't like you're just fixing to sneak out, right? I mean, someone's gonna warn the rest of the city. Tell everyone what's coming to them. There's a whole darn lot of people in danger out there.
Abby, I think I would just make you colder. Lizard, remember? I don't exactly radiate heat like warm bloods.
Like ships in the night, Adder dearest. We live in
Atom.
wonderful times where we can just ask
We
the
only
Father
just
to get a few
started.
pounds over to send sound blues to all the friends we're leaving behind.
How are you doing? What were you up to? Tell me all about it. Let's get a clip up for you. If it works. It's not working. But I hope you're having a great day. Look, it struggles with newer clips. Newer clips don't work very well. As in, they don't work. I hope you are enjoying Kerbal. Are you playing with any mods or vanilla or... I mean, you can try again, but it's...
Man.
Oh, yeah. There you go. Voices of the Void.
Yes, Snutch. Hi.
You smoking?
Voices
That's a bad influence.
of fuck.
Oh, you were playing Voices of Fuck. Right.
Ah! I was caught off guard.
And then the Nightmare Demon got you. Wonderful. Welcome, everyone. I'm Iggy Maid. I'm a big gay lizard maid. I'm usually in a maid dress, but my viewers are thirsty and keep putting me in a goddamn bikini. We're playing the Hayseed Knight. It's a lovely visual novel available on Steam. Demo is also available if you want to dip your toes in. And I'm having a lovely time. Girls kissed. It's wonderful. How could you put... And now my glasses are gone. If you are new, I have a raid trailer, so you can get accustomed to the content, so please enjoy. I am a master of gun fu. Oh, you smell guilty. Whoa!
Oh my god.
Ooh, funny rock. Touch it. Lick it. Put it in your mouth.
I love weenies.
Fire! Oh dear. Oh dear. I thought we said controlled burn. I may be very gay. Yeah! Woohoo! Uh-oh. Yeah! Die! See? Ow! Deja vu! I've just been in this car before. Ah! So you can't get me now. Right? Whoa! No! Hello! Grab smash! Whoa! He knocked his whole body off! Consider yourself pregnated. And welcome back. Right, let us continue with the videos game.
And what will I tell them then? Hey, y'all, I'm so sorry I left y'all here to get digested. We can't abandon everyone to their luck.
Does Ada not know the word digested as well?
Sep! Tell your boy toy that we have to leave right now!
Save.
You can do whatever you want. I'm not leaving.
My ass you're not. I'll drag you out by the tail if I have to. You're not doing the same thing to me twice.
Excuse me? You're the one who abandoned me with that woman. I fought tooth and nail to make a name for myself in this city. I will give up on my life now to chase you.
Breaking news, Butter Rolls! You won't get to survive your resentment if you stay!
That's easy for you to say. You don't have anything to lose. But I'm this close to achieving everything I have ever aspired to. One stupid misunderstanding away from being invited into Heirloom's court.
Say what? But you hated the idea. I saw it. I mean, I saw you argue with Miss Rochelle about it.
You're way off base. I just hated the idea of her profiting from it.
That ain't what you said that night on the beach.
Then I've changed my mind, as one does. I plan on doing whatever and whoever I need to get the respect I deserve.
I didn't want you to find out like this, but not only are you a harlot, you're also a gazelle! You're only ever going to get high regards from a deer when you're sitting on top of them.
If you don't quit spewing crap right now.
No, let him. He's speaking from experience, see? Who wouldn't respect a filthy bard that wasted his future singing the praises of a hanged deer when he plays the flute better than the strings?
I think that's a blowjob joke.
I may be filth, but you aren't even a speck of dust.
Let's just find a way to get you home safe, Sep. Golf's ain't no place for a sane person.
Look, I'm pretty much just as bimbo as Ada is at this point.
Yes, go back to your gilded cage. Drink your fat ass to sleep and let the adults handle the rest.
I can't go anywhere. I've been kidnapped.
Sep let her head fall on Ada's lap. Ada's hands flew away as far from her as physically possible.
I've surely been tied up and locked, my fate resting completely in Captain Adder's wandering hands. Oh, how the tables turn. It was usually the other way around, wasn't it?
Uwu.
I didn't. She was the one who. It's all lies.
Trying to embarrass me with such pitifully immature tales? That's hardly a story. If you heard the things he mumbles to himself at night when he thinks I'm sleeping, you wouldn't be able to look him in the eye again.
What are you talking about?
They can hardly be worse than the things he said in my bed.
Go back to arguing, please.
Well, it
Oh,
sure
poor
looks
Adam.
like a hostage situation in here. There's nowhere to run when it comes to Thar's kids, Adder.
Hi, Illigrab. Everyone turned their heads up to stare at the tree man in complete disbelief. Thank you for the follow. I very much appreciate that. Hope you're having a lovely day.
Sorry for coming through the roof, Guff. There's some edible mold on the beams. I thought you may like to know.
Oh, cool, thanks.
Don't you dare act all friendly with me, you heartless stump! How did you find this place?
I have to
What?
admit that Talid was understandably uncooperative about this particular case, so I had to enlist the help of a few friends to find your little abode.
I have no idea what you're on about, Cactus, but welcome to the stream. Thank you, Reki, for the Prime sub. Thank you very much.
I've known for a while now, really. I just figured you wouldn't be very happy if I dropped by without a reason, and I'm sure your little sister couldn't agree more with that sentiment. Odd place to hang out after a trial, but I'm not one to judge.
Enjoy your food, Atom. Thank you for the raid. Illigrab laughed heartily at his own pun, but he quickly quieted down when he saw it didn't land so much as crash into the ground, burning.
You come to arrest us?
Arrest you, Ada? For what? Stealing a lady's heart and getting away with it? Please. Elbar's just abusing his power as usual. That's just your case, of course. Slapping a noble deer unconscious in the middle of the plaza is a little bit higher on the crime list.
The second time Burbif had it coming, though, really.
But I figure we both know by now that Miss Jasif never lived under the same metaphysical rules as the rest of us do. She can do as she pleases. I'd have to get a bit more serious about this whole ordeal if Elbar were to stop screaming he's been betrayed and start treating it as an abduction, of course. But I'm sure you'd be quite a few leagues away from Heirloom by then.
Are you encouraging us to escape?
Me? I would never, Pumpkin. That could get me in trouble, you know. I'm just saying that if I were anyone but me, I definitely wouldn't stick around to watch what happens when Sir Askadath gets his title upgraded to Lord.
Stop listening to him! Don't believe a single word this murderous creep says! He was spying on us!
Do you have to drag your grievances into everything, Goff?
Yeah.
I was waiting for the right moment to say something.
High
the
cost.
conversation wasn't exactly letting up.
How much did you hear then?
Modest. Oh, thank you.
More than I care to know. But you know what they say: safe, sane, and something or other.
Actually, I'd say the punk is the most modest outfit. Maybe I should stick with that.
No clue where you're going with that, but we ain't got time for a lesson. If you ain't here to take us prisoner, there's something you gotta hear before you get.
Hold your buckthorns, lad. I said I wouldn't show up without a reason, and I meant it. It's a mission of the utmost importance and urgency, in fact.
No. No what? No to modesty? You wanna go back to maid? Was that what you want? Oh, no, back to punk again? Okay.
Aina, I see you hiding there, you tiny troublemaker. Come on out.
Aina.
Did you think I wouldn't recognize you without the dye or what? Bring that cauliflower mullet over here this instant. Your father's worried sick.
With a sober nod, Aina made to walk out, only to get desperately tugged back next to Ada's side by the wrist.
She can't leave yet. It ain't safe out there.
I don't know what we're yelling about. Blue shit. Okay. There you go. There's the blue shit. As I accidentally open the tits overlay because it's part of the hotkey.
Whoa there, Adder. I'm sure you're all kinds of stressed out after what happened today. And trust me, I wouldn't dare move you an inch away from each other if I didn't have to. But we really don't have a choice here. As messed up as it is, she's still basically a child in the eyes of the law. And her father's, if he had any. How do you expect me to justify leaving a child with a ludopath, a Sephi, and a deserter when he asks?
Parry, 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 mushroom, mushroom.
Speaking of which, it took me ages to get rid off that darned pie without you, lad. Don't worry, I did manage to find a new helping hand just in time, but if I were you, I'd keep an eye out for any sudden bouts of hair loss. You may have a new curse or two on your shoulders.
Illigrab trembled slightly at the thought of more flames.
Oh, well then, I wish I could stay here chatting all evening, but I really should get going before someone in the neighborhood tries to chop down this noise disturbance.
But wait, Illigrab, you can't leave for...
I know, you want to clear your name. That is extremely brave of you, kiddo, but it is not a wise choice right now.
That ain't...
Fine. I'll tell you what, if you really feel like going through with this, I'll be waiting for you all day in the keep tomorrow. You can just drop by, explain your position, and I'll make sure to listen close.
The city's full of beasts!
Illigrab blinked. Then he started cackling.
Of course, the city is brimming with beasts. That's why you had to run away. Classic Adder. You can tell me all about these beasts if you decide to show up tomorrow.
Of course they don't believe him.
Come on, Ana. There's no place like home. Especially no place like this home.
Aina looked at her friends from the doorstep one last time, while Illigrab put the ceiling back in its place. She walked up to Ada. He could only look at her, teary-eyed. "It's okay," she signed, with a thumbs up and the most unconvincing smile she had ever shown him. She turned away. When only the faintest traces of fresh pine fragrance remained in the air, Geoff looked left and right, hoping to find some newly sprouted hesitation. The only thing that grew in Aina's absence was the determination in her apprentice's visage.
You're not actually considering his offer, are you?
You got wax in your ears or what? This could be our only chance to get a word in with him.
Get a hold of yourself, you melonhead! That was nothing but a poorly laid trap! Not to mention, not a problem to either of us once we're 300 leagues away from Erlem!
Ada's lip remained firmly shut.
Come on, we have to leave! We'll disguise ourselves as a traveling troupe! Adder, you can learn how to juggle rocks along the way! Me, I need to find a new hat and a northern accent! Sep, you just continue to be a hindrance, it'll be fine! We'll be...
I'm not going anywhere, Bard.
What?
I don't want to run anymore! I'm tired, alright? I don't want to have to run again. I don't want to leave my family behind every time. I've got nowhere to go but here.
Adder, come on. Lad, my lad, we are friends, you and I. I gave you a place to live, and I taught you how to survive. Don't throw everything away for a girl, a rock, a tree, and a senile old geezer.
But the tree is nice. And please don't refer to Aina as a rock, or I'll twist your antlers off.
I know! We'll find you a nice doe in the steppes! I'll steal her boyfriend, and you get to console her, and then you'll settle down together in the farm of your dreams and have all the fawns you want!
Don't bother, Geoff. It's like talking to a brick wall.
Darn right it is. I made up my mind and I ain't fixing to die any day soon. So don't you worry about a thing, Bard. All this thick skull needs is a little more time to come up with a master plan and a touch of magic to make his words as pretty as they can be.
Ada sent a wink in Sep's direction. He got an eye roll for his effort.
Fine! Do whatever you want! It's not me they're looking for!
Geoff slammed the door shut, taking all the air in the room with him. Sepp and Ada shared a glance under the last few
Never mind, I'm not leaving you two alone in my house!
Geoff kicked the door open. He had seemingly produced out of the air 2 plates of bread, boiled beans, and sweet lichen that Ada had never seen or never even smelled before.
You get 1 night, and that's it! 1 night to let you clear your mind, get some rest, realize how stupid what you're saying is, let reality sink in, and then we leave. Understood?
He tossed the plate at Sepp's face before curling down on his side of the room.
Good night, Sop. Make sure to smash any flea you see.
Sepp gawked at the unsophisticated meal and then back at Ada.
Please tell me he's not serious.
Okay.
Yeah, I won't tell you. Sepp just herself to sleep. Time slogged by that night, soft snores and crickets in the distance. Shrubs that had been bitten down to the branches jittered around, trying to find a place to sleep. Ada searched the depths of his own mind for wisdom he lacked, trying to find a solution. For nothing in particular, to everything that was happening, to each and every last mistake in his life that had brought him to this moment. But no answers ever came. All he could do was try and fail to sleep. A rustle by his side told him he wasn't the only conscious person in the room at such tempestuous hours.
Hey, Sepp, you awake?
No.
Oh, okay. Good night.
Yes, you are.
Sleeping is 90% pretending to be asleep, and my acting skills aren't quite good enough to pretend to sleep here. So, I suppose I am.
Sepp rolled towards Ada's bed, doing her best not to wake Geoff up.
Were you thinking about her?
Yeah. I was really hoping she'd, I don't know, show up out of nowhere in the middle of the night or something. That's a very Aina thing to do.
What is? Coming to your shack unannounced?
I don't like where you're going with that question, ma'am.
Ada huffed. He put his hands on his torso and let his gaze wander up until it was lost in the darkness between the rafters.
Tell me if I'm being too nosy now, okay? I know you said getting closer to Aina was part of a plan and all, but I don't think you got the acting chops or the patience to spend all day making passes at someone you don't like either. You do got a thing for her, don't you?
If I said yes, would that make you jealous?
No. Not really, no. I'd think you'd have good taste.
What do you mean now, Cos? It's always been that way. I mean, since he got them, he always had both handprints. Yes, you can check the past VODs if you don't believe me. He's always had 2. Sepp giggled, shuffling closer to Ada.
She looks really strong. I want her to carry me.
Relatable. God.
Right? She could actually lift me up with only 1 hand.
Oh my goodness. Shit. I'm surrounded by beasts. Time to bring it out. Wing. Did Ada really just whip out a sword with Subtractor written on it? I don't get it.
Wow. And she has 2 of those.
I mean, you can do 2 things, 2 hands.
Yeah, what a concept, having a pair of anything.
Oh, come on. You want me to go for the easy joke.
Adderson, son of your father, the upper field, making raunchy comments in front of his love? Never. Never in a million years.
Indeed. Adderson, son of Gerfather, the upper field, would never dare act so discourteously in front of his Joseph.
Aina would have gone for it, though.
Unspoken words welled up inside Ada's chest, until the pressure was such he had to sigh. Sepp put a hand on top of his.
For what it's worth, coming from someone like me, I'm positive that she'll be fine. No matter what the beasts have in store for the city, it's obvious that Aina is an important part of it, and that she doesn't want anything to do with them.
Yeah, you're right. I gotta believe in her. Thanks for that.
Ada and Sepp shared a long hug,
think Yolf would wake up if...
Good night, Adder.
Thank you, Riley. Thank you very much.
Go get you and grab some cheese.
You boop me? Whoa. Hello, Silver Dragon. Adder's eye flew open as his body catapulted itself forward. Couldn't help but pat his chest and his face, making sure everything was where it should be. He was in his house, in his bed.
Don't tell me I slept in. Oh, was I dreaming out loud again just now, Mr. Bard? Bard?
No reply. The sun was rising somewhere beyond the missing wall, like any other morning. Geoff's bed, his slightly bigger hay-filled burlap sack, to be precise, lay discarded paces away, as usual. But the bard himself was oddly absent from his favourite spot in these hours of the morning, Adder's pillowy chest.
I realize that you're trying to bribe me, and I'm fully okay with that.
No, I swear that's really what happened. His chest made such a nice headrest that every single character in this story shoved their face against it, intentionally or not, at least once.
Uh-huh. Talking from experience, are we?
I thought that ought to balance the accusations of butt favoritism.
The booty stands proudly on its own, unmatched.
There was very little that could force Geoff out of his bed so untimely. The break of dawn was Adder's time to rise, not his. Adder looked around, wondering what else was missing, trying to piece together the puzzle of his memories after the second most stressful day in his life.
This way, Adder.
Adder blinked at the voice. Before his eye had time to open again, he was already on his feet.
Sip, you're here.
What? Did you think I'd change my mind and run away in your sleep?
No. It's just, it's been a while since I last woke up with you around. I missed that.
Now I feel bad for having considered it then. I never thought I'd hear anyone say they missed the sight of me in the morning. Here, you deserve a reward. Close your eyes.
Adder closed his one eye and pursed his lips, hoping to find Sep's face very close. Instead, he got a slice of something shoved into his mouth.
What's this? It's good.
I believe it's an orange of some kind. I was hungry, so I went to fetch us some breakfast.
You what? You brought fresh fruit into slander? That's like hollering from the rooftops that you're living the high life. But where did you even get this?
Do you want to know?
Adder hesitated, but Sep did not. With a mischievous grin, she placed one of the oranges in his hand.
The orange I gave you belongs to me. Return it.
Yes, ma'am.
Adder stretched out the orange towards her. Sep grabbed it solemnly.
Do you want it back?
What back?
Your orange.
Oh, that's for me? I mean, if you don't want it, I'd sure be happy to get that off your hands. But I still want to hear where you got it.
Of course. I'll tell you later.
Adder ate his orange happily, unaware of the edge behind Sep's smile.
I think I've fully come around on the matter of your escapade into my mind, Adder. You managed to dredge up some incredible memories.
Girl? What crime?
All sorts. Mostly feelings, in fact. I was convinced that I was fully aware of all my thoughts and abilities. But I guess I wasn't even capable of controlling that much after all.
Speaking of knowing, you got any clue where Yolf is?
That loser wandered off a while ago saying he'd make us leave whether we wanted to or not. So I'm fully expecting another argument once he gets back.
There was a knock on the door.
Speak of the bard.
Please be Aina. Sep reached out for the handle, but Adder yanked her hand back. Another knock. Adder still held her hand.
Adder, my beloved,
it is Geoff.
are you in there? I seem to have misplaced my keys. Kindly open the door for me.
We ain't got no keys. That's the Tickman knock.
Sep and Adder waited with bated breath for the next knock.
Open up, scoundrel! I know you're in there, you treacherous thief! I have captured that undersized manservant of yours. If you don't want him to suffer the same fate as you, I suggest you give yourself up at once.
Let's hope he doesn't find out the back wall is missing and just walks around.
Oh, mine Adder! I'm so sorry. I had to tell him all about how you kidnapped Esteth and coerced Esteth, my poor childhood friend, the enormous Josephum Acceptor, to retaliate against Sir Askadath.
I knew it! It was all a plot to ridicule me. But how dare you blackmail me through my bride-to-be? Release her, villain!
Ada looked at Sep, absolutely horrified. She grinned back with an innocent shrug.
I guess that's my cue to leave. Oh, Sir Askadath! My love! Please help! This handsome villain threatened to hurt my elderly maid if I didn't go along with his plan.
For some reason, Sep couldn't even start to guess. Instead of immediately darting away, Ada started roaming the room in a panic, kicking open every sack and rummaging through every hay pile that had so faithfully served as a bed for his stay.
Don't come in yet, I beg you! He's put a dagger to my throat and will slice it open if you dare step in!
After much running in circles looking for alternatives, Ada finally settled for Geoff's sleeping bag. He tugged at the sides to make it wider and wider until the seams were about to burst.
I'm buying you time, you moron! What are you doing?
The bunk lifted the sackcloth over his head.
Adding realism to the scene!
He didn't so much shove Sep into the burlap sack as stuff her in it, head first. With a grunt, he heaved the newly kidnapped royalty onto his shoulder and dashed off through the missing wall. There was no way around the house, and there was no way back. Elbar had brought a whole squadron of guards with him. Ada stopped dead short in front of the cliff below them. He hadn't fought quite this far ahead, and now he faltered to continue.
My love!
Elbar finally tackled the door open, finding absolutely no resistance to his attack, and hurling himself and 5 other guards to the ground instead. He looked up in time to see Ada climb on top of a makeshift slide, a tipped-over outbox to be precise, and disappear under the cliff.
What are you waiting for? Get them!
Everyone gulped, watching the results of such an action happen in real time. The friction made quick work of the outbox, tearing it down into brick shards far faster than this makeshift slide could hurtle through the steep fall.
Crap!
The only item that remained between Ada's butt and the rocks by the time he slid down to a halt at the bottom of the slope was his underwear.
Those are my good pants!
How dare you mock me like this one-eyed scoundrel! I shall flay your buttocks myself for this!
Elbar leaped towards the steep cliff with Geoff still in tow. Impressive as it had been, Ada had no intention whatsoever to remain and see the result of his heroics. Ada stopped running at last, finally collapsing to his knees in a shaded alley hidden behind a grill. He set Sep on the ground beside him. He reached for the sack, fully intent on helping Sep slip out of it, only to get headbutted in the nose. Muffled, unintelligible frets. Sep jerked from side to side until she managed to tear a hole for her head with the tip of her horns. The rest of her body remained very much stuffed inside the sack.
Anderson! What is wrong with you?
I don't know anymore. I thought you wanted me to steal you away.
And you just had to choose the one chance we had at fixing everything?
Don't you wee me after dropping me in it like that. I hate y'all. Y'all the worst friends I've ever had in my life.
Okay, just to be clear, I had nothing to do with this. Geoff sold us both out. Pretty in line with all his life decisions, really. Abandoning people is basically his whole personality.
What's your excuse then?
I know when to fall by the wayside. Look around you, Adder. None of us actually give a damn about the city or the beasts. You just proved that prick right. We're all just serving our own purposes in the end.
Ada lifted his head up from between his knees.
No, that ain't what happened just now, is it? He wasn't being a self-centered turd for once. He did it for you. He screwed me over because he wanted you safe.
What? Don't start trying to justify this now. Not everything has a reason, okay? He's just an asshole. Does it matter what he did it for? We're screwed either way.
It matters because it means he's good deep down and he wanted to help somehow. And he got you playing along too.
It was a good chance, so that doesn't mean I have to thank him for it. I didn't ask for his help or yours.
Of course you didn't. You would have just ordered us to do something if you'd thought of that first. How are you supposed to ask for help when you just think everyone's below you?
Ada wanted to stop talking, to stop damning himself after having made a fool of himself, but the words kept on coming.
I got it now. I got it for real, I think. I know why it's always black or white with you. You don't ever want to think of the reason behind things because you're so convinced that you got us figured out. It's Miss Mind Reader's world. And if you were wrong, you'd have to admit we're all free to make our own choices. Well, it's looking like the end of your world as we know it, Your Majesty. How long are you going to keep on dawdling through life, splitting everyone between folks who could do something for you and folks who are beyond redemption?
If you are done with the lecture, I have a life to get back to. Enjoy yours.
Sepp never walked with anything less than a dignified stride, not even to saunter away in a burlap sack. Ada found himself alone once more. It occurred to him that maybe he would have preferred to let her keep thinking that, be as far from right as possible. The closer he got to being honest with himself, the closer he got to driving everyone away from him. Nobody liked the person he was when he wasn't bending over backwards to please them. He didn't sag for long. He wasn't completely alone after all. Ada turned his face toward the slums, determined, toward the one person that had stayed with him throughout everything, for better or worse, the man who had consistently been unreliable all along. He wouldn't give up on Geoff.
Wait! What are you doing?
Huh? What are you doing? Weren't you?
Elbar will be coming that way, you cretin! Are you trying to get yourself killed?
Ada pondered the very same thing.
You know why I'm friends with Geoff, Sepp? It's because I get him. We got a lot in common, the two of us.
No, you don't! What are you even—
Ada brushed Sepp's cheek with his thumb. His smile carried a story.
Remember that one buck I knew? The one from down yonder the steps? Well, he didn't get along with his family either. Wasn't all they hoped he could be, see? They didn't like him very much by the end, so they sent him away hoping he'd come back someone better. But he never did get better, and he never did come back. He messed his whole life up. Forever. So we get. He ought to stayed and taken whatever they got in store for him. But he went and ran. The price was everything he'd ever known. I don't know if you've ever met the guy. But the thing is, he can't ever return home. And even if he could, he couldn't look him in the eye again.
You don't know that.
Ada tried to keep the smile on his face.
To be fair, he was kind of an innocent guy. And he had huge dreams, so Geoff scammed every last coin out of him the second he arrived. Don't tell him I told you this, but instead of getting mad at the bard, the guy couldn't help but think, whoa, I wish I was like that. He wanted to be cold, to be fine with the bad things he'd done, but no matter how much he tried, he could be at her, but he couldn't be the rest of that. He was still me no matter what. And there ain't no way that me guy could survive leaving his family behind twice.
Of course he can! He's just been betrayed! Come on! They'll cut your head and mine if they find us talking like this!
I'm sorry, Sepp. Love, I'm for real grateful for all the chances you've given me, but I meant what I said. I ain't choosing between the people I love no more.
Why are you being like this? Can't you listen to me just this once? You're only going to get hurt.
No, I get that. And I think you're way smarter than I am, because you can see this don't make a lick of sense. I'm sure it's one of those honor bugs rich folks get sometimes. Must have caught a bit of it somewhere. I'm sorry I dragged you here. You don't gotta come with, okay? Go find somewhere safe to hide and tell them you escaped when I wasn't looking. Be as selfish as you say you are this one time. I want to stop worrying you too.
This isn't like you, Adder.
I ain't. No, you're right. It ain't. But I sure wish it was. So I'm just gonna pretend a little longer.
Ada glanced away, knowing that he would rather do anything else in the world. He knew that if he looked at Sep just one more time, he would remember all the times she had asked him to run away with her, and he wouldn't dare say no ever again. But then, he felt a tug in his little finger, and he knew that it was already too late to escape. He turned around just to find Sep staring at him with glassy eyes, and an undignified blush across her cheeks.
You're not going to leave without a proper goodbye, are you?
Aurora, thank you for the raid. Welcome on into this emotional scene. How you doing? How was your stream? Feel free to tell me all about it. Okay, you will shout out right. No, Panda, you spelled her name wrong.
So happy to
There you
hear
go.
that you're having more
God
fun
damn it, bikini
with
again.
DG. You want DG? Fine. You want DG? I'll give you DG. There. You can just have D. Look at that. Look, I got a DG right here, and it's better than the one he's got. Yeah.
Look how adorable Aurora is. Everyone should go follow Aurora. Even though Panda totally just messed up and shouted out herself. You know, you can just click their name and you'll have like a little heart icon, and then you can just follow Aurora. I recommend it. You were doing art. Wonderful. Hope you had fun. If you're new, hi, I'm Iggy Maid. I'm a big gay lizard maid. I stream lots of story games and such, and we're playing the Hayseed Knight. Girls kissed in this game. It was pretty poggers. People still
Val,
say that, I think.
Stop. Have a drink.
I'm now going to have a drink while I throw my raid trailer at you.
I'm a master of gun fu. Oh, you smell guilty.
Whoa!
Oh my god.
Ooh, funny rock. Touch it. Lick it. Put it in your mouth.
I love weenies.
Fire! Oh dear. Oh dear. I thought we said controlled burn. I may be very gay. Yeah! Woohoo! Uh-oh. Yeah! Die! See? Ow! Deja vu! I've just been in this car before. Ah! So you can't get me now. Right? Whoa! No! Hello! Grab smash! Whoa! He knocked his whole body off!
Consider yourself pregnated.
Welcome back. Right, so let us continue the Hayseed Knight.
How proper are we talking?
You said it yourself. This could be the last time we see each other.
All right, look, I miss you too, and I'm very glad I'm alive and we're alone in the three. No, they know. I'd be right happy to do whatever you wanted, wherever you wanted. But the whole city plus size is coming for us right now, and I gotta go save Goff and...
Do I have to get the knife? Not a goddamn Argonian. Iguana. Iggy, short for iguana. Not Iguanian or whatever the fuck. Not Argonian. Just iguana. Okay? I swear, it's every week. Comes up every bloody week.
I will not settle for anything less than a kiss. Or are you afraid of getting a little warm now?
I belled you? Or like this? Or like this?
Afraid of a kiss? Ederson, son of Gerfod of the Upper Field, don't know no fear, Missy!
Do iguanas have memories? I feel there is fairly conclusive evidence on your screen right now.
Are you done?
Yes, ma'am.
Ada pulled Sep closer with one of his shovel hands and leaned in, his heart pounding faster in a second than in the whole last moon. A kiss so heated that it warmed up his very soul, It made him feel as grand and special as she'd made him feel time and again. He forgot for a brief moment that there was a world outside, and that both their necks were in grave danger. There was only the kiss, as far as he was concerned. This moment, too, would come to pass, alas.
Good. Now play along.
Something struck out Ada's face at full speed, leaving a bright red mark. He needed an instant to register that it was, in fact, Sep's hand.
Unhand me, you brute! How dare you try to steal me away from my love! My lips belong to one man and no more! Oh, Sir Askadath! Sir Askadath, where are you?
Hark! I think I hear the melodiously grating voice of Deceive somewhere, slapping the man who made her slap your brother in the first place! Yeah!
Deceive! Oh, my love! How could I fail to understand such an obvious ploy?
But what?
Bleh?
Oh, no! I
What?
can't believe this deer was actually a pirate, planning to make me his queen. I said play along, you numbskull. Going to take me to the Sea of Fencenar to claim the throne of Pasaxarat for himself.
Yeah, whatever she said. Gonna take her to my lair and get legally married to her. Gosh darn it, Sip. Would it kill you to give me a heads up from time to time?
Guards! Forget that beautiful bastard! We have to stop that fiend before he makes away with my princess!
The guards that were just catching up rushed to grab Geoff. They looked at the stumpy bard, then turned their faces to Elbar.
What are you standing there for, you layabouts? Never mind. I'll go get them myself!
There. Now I don't have to worry about you. You're welcome.
You really did turn me into Captain Horneater.
You can spend all the time you need crying about your infamy once we have decided our next move.
What? Oh no, ma'am. I've changed my mind. I want to drop you. I'm dropping you as soon as I can. We're getting too far away from Slander as it is, and there's no way I'm carrying you all the way to Illigram.
I'm the only woman standing between you and the tip of Elbar's sword.
And your sacrifice is much appreciated, but I can 100% guarantee he wouldn't be coming after me if I wasn't carrying your majesty. If you want to help, just go and magic the guards away or something.
Of course! Let me try and persuade the minds of 12 armed deer while I'm bouncing on your shoulder. Or maybe I could burn the sack and set the whole street on fire as we pass to give them actual reasons to call me a Sephi. Is that what you want me to do, Adder? Arson?
I mean, I've never said no to a good bit of arson.
Ma'am, I'd never. I'm sure you've gone and done plenty of arson on Lord Snotty Snout already. We don't need any more of that.
Oh, he doesn't know what the word means.
Aw, is that jealousy I see? Did you think he had a pretty mark like yours?
Plan A is arson, yes. Plan B is barson. Plan C is commit arson. Plan D is don't come near me, I'm going to commit arson.
Nah, I don't think nothing. But hey, since you're bringing it up, I'm sure the jerk-ass could use a mark or two. You should leave a big red blotch on that butt hanging from his face. One to match his little bros. That'll teach him how to treat a lady.
Did somebody mention arson?
No, Grab, go back to bed.
Like you knew much better.
So what if I don't do things the knightly way? I'm still a farmer, ma'am. I may not wear the right clothing, but I definitely know a thing or two about Nope. You know what? I think you made your point. You're still making a mistake all the same.
I'm not the one reaping what he sowed. If you were half the farmer you claim to be, you'd know some harvests are too fast for one husband.
Ma'am, I'd call the whole darn town over if these two farmhands ever stopped being enough. But why'd you keep running back to that gosh darn friggin' silver spoon-fed musclehead of all the horn-eaters in Dakna when he don't even want you?
Oh, I didn't realize I needed your approval to choose my patrons.
You didn't even choose him.
Adder, please. You can't choose the love of your life. He for whomst my heart flutters. All I can ever dream of. Yada yada, what a heartthrob.
Yeah, right. You're lying to me and to yourself. It's his horns after all, ain't it? So big and shiny and,
Why, thank you. I polish them every day.
Uh-oh. With a quick swoosh, Elbar sent his cape away. He smirked as he tipped his sword toward Ada, clearly set on not letting them walk another step.
I've hated you. Your legs have been slowed down by the weight of your villainy, miscreant.
Yeah, that's gotta be it.
Ada got the low end of his back kicked.
I mean, hands off my booty, landlubber! Tell me what you've done with Goth, or your precious wife is gonna, walk the plank?
An attempt was made.
Am I supposed to say that there? Anyway, she's gonna kick the bucket if you don't tell me where my friend is.
Friend? Friend? Not only are you wicked, one-eyed scoundrel, you are stupid as well. You never even noticed that your herald betrayed you from the start.
No, I 100% knew that. Yar.
Yar.
So you think, but we were one step ahead of your evil wits yet. He was the one who instructed me to wait for you right here.
Like, here? Here?
In this general area.
Isn't that where it hurts when you get kicked in the nuts?
Don't start interrupting me with your shameless mockery! I know your vocabulary is far vaster than that!
Yeah, Captain. Pay attention to his spiel, or he'll have to start reciting it all over from the beginning and he'll end up hurting his throat.
Thank you, babe. Screaming threateningly always takes a toll on me.
You ever try hollering from your belly? I heard it. Sorry.
Where was I? Oh, yes! Goth knew that your wretched heart would be crushed by the immense guilt you'd feel over abandoning the only man who had been compassionate enough to offer you a single crumb of affection in your miserable existence.
He's gonna catch a crumb of affection from these hands when I find him.
And trust me, brigand, if there is one thing I hate more than peasantry, it's piracy! Pay for your things, goddammit! Artists need money to eat!
And writers! And actors!
And every other freelancer in the world. Those idiots think that passion is its own reward of the empathy and the creative spirit of a boot soul.
Stealing from small creators is not the same as stealing from soulless corporations that feed on the creative output of the workers they employ, okay?
That's probably the most based thing Lynn has ever said. I'm just going to screenshot that bit. Switch back to Goth. There we go. Stealing from people like Elbar is always morally correct, though.
Oh, no, yeah, bleed him dry.
Return my treasure to me at once! Do you know how much her love has cost me?
No, I can't count so high. But my ma taught me that one shouldn't talk about women like you own them. It makes no difference how much you paid for her company. You could buy her time, but not her heart. Love makes servants out of nobles, and thieves out of beggars.
Seb discreetly took a hand to her face, lest any hint of red would show.
Ha! Spoken like a true pirate. But your treacherous glib and your touching poems won't deceive me twice, Buccaneer. You have had your final word. Now prepare to bleed on my sword.
Now would be a real good time to do something, Sip!
It really would, wouldn't it?
Sip!
Die!
Mr. Raskadath!
The point of Elbar's unnecessarily long blade stopped just a hair's width short of the tip of Ada's snout.
Behind you.
The knight stood stately still. A moment later, he came crashing down chin first against the ground. Blank were his eyes and his expression as he lay on the pavestones. Red was the blood that trickled down his forehead. Extraordinarily red, not blue or purple or any other colour Ada had so often heard distinguished nobles from people like him. The pirate and the princess looked up, struggling to keep their jaws locked in place at the sight that awaited them. Where Elbar lay now stood none other than Miss Rochelle, still heaving on a fireplace poker, now bent in a particularly incriminating way. Rochelle tossed the poker indented with Elbar's head shape next to its rightful artist. Then she reached out over the body to get a purchase on Sepp's arm, her face a presage of dread.
Come with me! That won't keep him down long.
Sepp hesitated at first, but a single grunt from the massive body below them was enough to get both of their hooves moving towards Heartache District, with a brief en route stopped on Elbar's head, just in case. The two women sprinted away, leaving two men behind them. Then again, Adder was much too preoccupied to think about chasing them. His eye was transfixed on the brief insinuation of a glowy-eyed silhouette observing him from the other end of the alley. He felt a drop of cold sweat zigzagging down his back. His legs tensed up, but he still couldn't move. His whole body was frozen in fear at the sight.
Did I stutter? Move!
By the time Adder blinked again, the shadow was gone. He shook his head and began running after Miss Rochelle, making sure to accidentally trip over Elbar's head as well, of course. The older woman led them through narrow alleys skirting the walls of Heartache District, home of aggregated houses of ill repute and slimy storefronts where one could get most anything, except sunlight. Streets that guards would oh so casually avoid in their patrols, lest they be recognized with their uniforms on. Adder kept turning his head back, nearly losing sight of their guide time and again. He wasn't familiar with the area, and would have much preferred not to have to excuse his way through these streets, so he picked up the pace, making a great deal of effort to catch up to Sepp. Her stride, he noted, was surprisingly quick when lightened by the horror of having to be carried by Adder in front of anyone else.
Sepp, I think I saw.
Are you trying to take us on a leisure tour around Heartache or what, Raoul?
Rochelle didn't bother replying to that. She merely tossed back a crumpled piece of paper as she ran. A wanted poster. And Adder could count himself lucky that he couldn't read a single thing it said about him. It was clear that around streets like these, discretion remained the lowest common denominator. Sepp was clearly winded, but she thankfully wouldn't have to keep appearances up much longer. Their stroll finally drew to a close as the alley opened up into a guarded street once more. The street that led to the Desert Rose, no less.
Why are we here?
What a deep question, dear. Why are any of us here, really?
You know what I mean.
Well, I'm here because you didn't manage to spoil the surprise for Sir Askadath. Is that how you thank me for saving your boy knight's life?
And speaking of me, I'm pretty sure I just saw...
What were you expecting? A warm welcome and a toast in your name?
I'm sure there are a lot of ways to greet someone that don't involve trying to get them killed.
Not for you, there aren't.
Oh, honey, come on. Is that really the tone you want to start this conversation on after disappearing for 3 days?
I was just hoping you'd have forgotten by now. Anyway, stop stalling the conversation. How did you know where to find us?
Let's just leave it at Gyoff and I had an axe to grind, shall we?
So he was playing both ends?
She knows Gyoff too?
Everyone knows Gyoff! Sepp made a discreet choking motion towards Adder.
Know him? My, I would certainly hope so. He was the only horn-eater my age around the Desert Rose. Oh, the evenings we spent roasting fools to death.
Hold up. You saying you two are the same age?
Are you ready to gamble your life on your next words, dear?
You look younger.
Flatterer.
If you two are done with this stupid farce, I'm still waiting for an answer. Why would you take me back? No, I know that much. Why bring Adder along? Is this really all Gyoff's doing?
Is that so surprising? Even a squandered waste of a man like him can't help wanting what's best for his little sister and her boyfriend.
Before Sepp had a chance to contest any of those statements, Miss Rochelle scurried off towards one of the guards.
Oh, help, please! Sir Askadaf needs reinforcements. Some miserable ruffian has knocked him unconscious in the middle of Forlorn Avenue.
The squad standing in the way immediately marched away. Rochelle merely watched them leave. After this, she waltzed around the corner and headed for the servants' back door.
See you on the other side.
The door was left ajar, only adding to Sep's confusion.
We're not actually going in, are we? It's clearly a trap.
Sip, I've been trying to tell you. I think I saw a beast tailing us.
You think?
I mean, I know a whole darn lot of fluffy folk with glowing eyes and interesting body shapes. Could be a number of things.
That was a fair enough point. Much to Sep's chagrin, she sighed into her hands, considering their options.
If I have to choose between beasts, I suppose I'd rather deal with the one I know best.
Don't worry, Sip. I'll be right there with you.
That's the part that worries me.
The back door into the Desert Rose closed loudly behind them. Though they truly feared the worst, Ral didn't suddenly leap towards them with an army of guards and ropes. She didn't seem to pay any heed to them at all, busy as she was washing her hands in the ceramic basin by the entrance.
Valerie needs water.
I need a drink.
Stop slouching.
Thank you. Oh, needed that. Yeah, definitely needed that. Thank you. When she finally turned around, the apprehension that the lovers radiated made her grin.
I have to admit, I didn't think you had the mettle to come in.
We're in trouble, Ral. Far worse trouble than you or Elbar.
Oh, trust me, I know. It's written all over your face. I hadn't seen you this scared since that time you ran into the door and snapped your little horns in two. Oh, you cried like the world was crumbling around you. Nothing we can't fix this time either, I'm sure. Feel free to slip out of that fancy new dress of yours into something more comfortable. I'll ask the servants to bring some tea.
I'm not leaving Adder alone with you.
Do gazelle horns grow back? I didn't know. I know they some species of deer, maybe all of them, their horns molt. I've seen like molting horns on deer before, and it looks like they're covered in blood, and it looks pretty metal.
Then I guess you'll get to wear matching clothes for a little longer. How fun!
Miss Rochelle swaggered off to the kitchen to request a few things. After that, she ushered her guests to the exquisitely decorated meeting room nearby, where anything from razors to the deepest secrets in the palace were always discussed. Antlers drop off every year and grow back. Horns are forever. So, are these antlers or are these horns? Rel reached out for a clipboard lying on the rock glass table and started taking notes. Honestly, she couldn't have looked more unbothered by their presence as she went about scribbling down notes if she tried. It occurred to Ada, one of the rare strokes of genius he had every once in a while, that such stillness of face and mind had to be the product of years of effort, all manners of defense built up in answer to the certainty that her secrets could be stolen at a glance. This observant thought vanished into the never as one of the servants arrived with a kettle, a small tower of pastries, and only 2 glasses. Ada had spent moons having licentious? Me fail English? That's impossible. Licentious dreams about this re-encounter, I'm just going to go with that. With the love of his life, the almond pastries slathered in fig jam, honey, and topped with a date that he had so unwillingly abandoned. He was well past the point of taking any hints.
What's the big idea, Ral?
Well, if you must know, I'm trying to figure out our Bleak Night schedule. I'm thinking about shifting some of the performances around on the 2nd, 4th next moon. See? I have a feeling one of the usuals is going to be grounded for a long, long time.
If I
You may not.
Sepp and Rochelle locked eyes, surprised at their simultaneous intervention. Ada limited himself to shrinking back into his seat, certain that he didn't want to arouse the anger of evil woman.
Ral, I need you to listen to me like you haven't ever listened. It's the only thing I'm going to ask you in my whole life.
Ooh, a favor and a lie right after getting saved from a romantic escapade. This should be good.
Rochelle pulled the kettle towards her and started pouring herself some tea. Sepp took this as her cue to start.
I know that what I'm about to say may seem impossible to believe, but Heirloom will be attacked soon. By beasts, no less. They're not just a fantasy, Ral. We've seen them ourselves. If what they said is true, they're planning to carry out some sort of moral population cull on the deer. I don't know how long we have or who's going to be affected by it, but they'll wreak havoc on the city if we don't do anything to stop them.
Miss Rochelle remained very still for a moment. The only sight of life in her was the subtle quiver of the hand holding the kettle, which had topped the ornate drinking glass quite a while ago.
Dang my melt sugar. That's horrifying.
Do you believe me then?
Of course I do. I know you wouldn't lie about something this silly. If you say beasts are coming to eat us all, then they most definitely are.
Oh, bless the gods. You have to help us then. You're the only person left in the city with enough power to stop them.
I'm honored you think so highly of me, but I don't have the power to do anything about this. I couldn't even stop you from frolicking around with this mismatched fawn and ruining your future with Sir Askadath.
None of that matters now. Besides, I'm sure that Elbar is jumping in joy at the chance of rescuing a swooning princess from a pirate or whatever. We'll be fine.
Honey, please. You weren't so naive as to think that little stunt of yours will be enough to mend your relationship with a knight, are you? You're dead to him now. You made sure to thoroughly soil both of your reputations in front of the whole city yesterday.
That's not what happened at the trial.
So that's what it was. See, a doe like me tends to ponder why there's a whole puncheon of wine instead of a gazelle at her doorstep. One thing leads to another, and then, what do you know? I got to see my favorite girl slapping Lord Burbith of Askadath.
Deserved, though.
It's funny how news flies when you're barely yards away from them.
Miss Rochelle took a long sip from her glass. Her eyes peered over the edge, gauging Sepp's reaction. A wry smile accentuated her point as she continued.
We're so fortunate that our princess never needed to learn from her mistakes.
How odd. Ada couldn't help but feel like he had heard such an accusation before. Little did that matter now. Sepp was staring intently at Rochelle with eyes wide open. Glowing.
Who told you?
Just Sith. There you go, doing funny voices again. Don't waste your tricks on me, dear. I was going to tell you anyway.
The flame behind Sepp's eyes disappeared, but she didn't relax her stance one bit.
I knew we'd have to have this talk sooner or later. Kids grow up so fast. I guess... no. Yes? Perhaps you are finally old enough to hear the truth about your mother.
Say what? You really think someone as smart as Sepp's gonna fall for such an obvious...
Sepp snapped Ada's snout shut.
Oh, my poor Thar. With the guy always spending his nights down the street and 3 children to mind, your mother needed a confidant. Someone who could fill her loneliness when that dead weight wasn't around reminding her of the vows they'd made.
What are you getting at, Ral?
Brother said snapped his neck. Just so casually. Oh, yep, snapped his neck. Hero's down now.
Come on, dear. You know what I'm saying. Won't you read my mind? Would you rather I spell it out for you?
Rochelle placed the empty tea glass back on the table.
Thar was my wife, as far as either of us was concerned. Not his.
You and Mom? When? Why? What?
Ada needn't have been a gaze reader to guess that Sepp was mentally going over every time she'd seen her mother and Rochelle slipping away together in the past.
Are you sure that you want me to fill you in on all the details?
Sepp gripped the edges of her skirt, her face burning with more emotions than she had words for.
Didn't you used to say you were golf sage?
Don't you ever dare ask me that again, dear. All that matters in the end is that her 2 sons looked and sounded too much like him. It was hard for her to even talk to them, to make excuses for a guy day after day, to have a constant reminder of all the poor decisions locking her in the pillory of his life. But it was different with you. You were her own reckless choice. Her daughter to the very end. Her precious little curse.
Rochelle leaned back into her seat, drinking in Sepp's stupefied reaction.
Yes, she told me everything about your circumstances from the beginning, darling. That's how I know those half-made tattoos on your boy Knight aren't precisely a fashion statement.
So that means...
It means that come next week, Elvar will have forgotten all about you and you can simply start your tale anew as many times as you need. How exciting!
Hold on 1 second. Hold on, because I can't believe what I'm hearing. You knew about the curse, and yet you kept her locked away from me and everyone else in the world all this time?
Of course not. She chose to shut herself in, just like she chose to let herself out. And I'd say she's learned to open up quite a lot since then.
And you just casually let her do anything she wanted as long as it lined up with what you wanted her to do. You think you're fooling anyone here? You heartless tunk!
Well, that's uncalled for. I let Yasif leave and she came back of her own accord. After you broke her heart, may I add. You do remember that, correct? I only had to welcome her back and watch her cry over some worthless, misshapen fawn, like I knew she would. I didn't even have to ask. It was obvious like that.
Ada opened his mouth to retort, but the right excuses failed to take shape.
Don't think I don't sympathize, dear. Offering your unconditional love to someone like her takes a thick hide. Much thicker than someone like you could ever have. I will give credit where credit is due, however. You've really gone above and beyond to come back and break her heart one last time.
I'm never gonna hurt her again.
No, you're not.
These words were sinister enough to throw Ada back out of his rage. They were emphasized by the familiar sound of a mechanical whir approaching somewhere behind the wall.
You really should have run away when you had the chance.
Sepp only snapped out of her own shock when the doors swung open, revealing a finely dressed merchant followed by a retinue of marble deer. 4 of them, to be precise.
Tasakir mat septut. I apologize for failing to visit sooner.
Taylor! Y'all told me how to...
Oh, no, honey. Yof isn't that heartless. For what it's worth, he had no clue that we had a guest.
Indeed. I'm afraid I had to keep my presence unannounced. This may very well be the first time I've fallen ill in 10 years, as far as anyone in the guild is concerned.
So, Taylid's retinue, these are golems, right? How the fuck is anyone mixing up Aina with something like one of those? Like, legit.
I've been anxiously anticipating my sister's return since the news of the trial reached my ears yesterday. I see I wasn't wrong to worry.
They got Black Myth Wukong won the Golden Joystick Game of the Year. Just shows gamers don't care. As long as game good, they'll let people get away with anything.
Taylor, whatever it is you've heard, I can assure you that there are more urgent issues to take care of right now.
That's no excuse, Cost. I'm not even wearing my glasses and I think it's bullshit.
I'm afraid I have postponed this matter long enough. Rest assured that everything I do for your own safety.
With a snap of his fingers, a golem crept behind Sepp and apprehended her, gripping her arms back and away from each other.
Golem, hold her gently but firmly. She's branded a second deer. We don't know what else she may be capable of.
You don't have to do this, Talid! Ral, please! I'm serious about the beast. There's no time for this now. We can't possibly fight them. We should evacuate the palace and run as far as we can.
Run, she says. Dear. This is why you'll never be a businesswoman. You let your feelings get the best of you every time.
Do I look like a new person now, Onion? Am I basically the Clark Kent of VTubers? I put my glasses on and everyone suddenly forgets who I am.
You aren't thinking about this rationally!
On the contrary, I'd like to think that I'm being quite pragmatic. Anyone with a purse is more than welcome in the city. And seeing how convinced you are of this, Talid and I are going to find out how much coin the beasts carry very, very soon.
We're all going to...
With a single nod of Talid's head, the golem shoved a sleeve against her mouth.
Come on, honey. Don't look at me like that. I'm sure you knew this was a trap. Whatever you were hoping to achieve, you miscalculated the risk.
Ral smiled almost proudly.
Ah, the flame of youth. Who knows? Maybe the beast will eat us both and you'll get another chance to pry this place off my dead cold hands. For now, however, I think you need to spend a good long while in your room thinking about what you've done.
Adder! Adder, run! Don't even try to...
Sepp's muffled screams vanished in the distance as the golem carried her upstairs. Taylor didn't bother turning his face toward Rochelle before speaking.
Keep Septut safe and out of the way. Make sure she doesn't hurt herself trying to escape. And for the love of everything, Ral, get her some decent clothes.
Rochelle pressed her lips into something that could only barely pass as a smile as she closed the door. And yet, right before it was fully shut, she peeked in one last time.
Do me a favor, dear. I know it doesn't make much of a difference at this point, but that twerp truly made sure to treasure Yassif as much as he could. Don't drag this out too much.
Phalid nodded curtly as the door was locked behind him. The moneylender finally had the decency to look someone in the face, just in time to observe Ada circling a table defensively.
Before I remove the last hint of asymmetry from that crooked face of yours, there is something I would truly like to know. What name shall I write on your epitaph?
Anderson, son of Gerfod of the Upper Field. If you gotta write something pretty.
How unsuitable. I would have much preferred a real name. Be it as it may, I must extend my gratitude to you nonetheless, Adder. You have far exceeded my expectations.
Oh, yeah? You don't say.
I had long wanted to emasculate that miserable excuse for a captain of the guard in public. Alas, no matter how long my reach is, noble blood always remains one step beyond. Untouchable for those of us who have everything in common except their veins. I am thankful to you for stealing my sister away from that useless waste of nepotic breath. I truly am.
But not thankful enough to forgive my life, are you?
No. I will simply finish what that oaf started.
Uh-oh. With just a half nod, two of the golems switched into an alert stance. The third got closer to Talid. They lowered their body painfully slowly, causing their knee joints to emit a high-pitched hiss that made Ada flinch. Next he knew they were dashing at an impossible speed toward him. Thinking fast but not straight, Ada grabbed the kettle and hurled it toward the closest golem. The brass projectile bounced away miserably, and the scalding liquid did nothing to deter the machine. Ada kicked the table up just in time to watch a fist go clean through the glass. Undeterred, he gripped the metal frame harder and swung it toward the second golem, hoping to catch both of their hands in one swoop. He found himself lifted off the ground instead, paddling in the air for his life. Moving with unnatural coordination, the golem spun their whole arms in a wide arc that sent both Ada and the table flying against the wall. He heaved as the metal frame and the heavy rock crystal table slammed against his body, though thankfully it didn't shatter. In a battle of strength, he was clearly heavily outmatched. The golems hurtled toward him once more, but Ada had something they didn't have, a ridiculously nimble body. Ada flicked the frame as one of the golems lifted the table, distracting them with the tinkling sound just long enough to roll under their legs and leap toward the door. He tugged on the handle with all his strength, only to remember it was locked.
Are you looking for the key?
Ada turned his face toward Taylid. A white blur struck right where his snout had been just a moment earlier. He saw an arm pass by his face in slow motion, dodged by fractions of an inch, only to land instead inside the mahogany door. The golem rattled its arm, trying to dislodge it from the wood. It finally resolved to swivel its torso around like a spinning top, ripping out a sizable chunk of wood that stuck to him like a shield.
Careful, ladder. That could have been your skull just now.
The hole it left behind was bedecked with splinters, a few bristles of yellow fur, and half of the bolted lock. A wild idea started to take form inside Ada's mind.
No way! My skull's way thicker than anything these guys could ever break.
We'll have to see about that.
Ada ducked a surprise right hook from the second golem, only to find himself suddenly splayed against the wall by a shield charge from the first one. His face was left completely exposed to a potentially lethal jab, leaving him with less than a precious second to tilt his neck 60 impressive degrees to the right, leaving the golem trapped against the wall. Down from the ground, emboldened by his successful strategy, Ada spun jump up to send a powerful left upper hook towards the golem's mask. His fist stopped flat against the marble. A narrow crack sprouted up across the artificial face. Ada was rewarded with a broken knuckle for his efforts. The poor boy screamed as he gripped his left hand, cursing and stamping his foot down while the golem futilely tried to remove its hand from the hole it had punched on the brick and concrete wall. The shielded golem crept up on him from his blind side, punching him right in the pit of the stomach. Ada's body sank down against the wall. 2 more terrifying blows succeeded this first one. And just like that, they stopped, giving him just enough space to fruitlessly attempt to limp away. "Oh, this ain't nothing," Ada lied to himself as he spat some blood over the carpet. The golem that just landed a hit was approaching him. Another remained next to Taylid. The last one continued to struggle to release his arm from the wall. Ada hadn't taken 10 steps when one of the golems grabbed him by the back of his neck, showcasing its quarry for Taylid to admire.
Sate my curiosity, Adder. How did you plan for this to end?
Though the boy wasn't particularly predisposed to reply, focused as he was on keeping down the pastries he'd just eaten, the answer most definitely didn't include a fractured rib or 2. He tried to throw a rather miserable punch in the moneylender's direction, only for it to get dodged with supreme ease.
You surely didn't think someone like you could emerge victorious. You didn't presume you could merely elope with my sister and get yourself named a knight for your efforts?
Something tinkled inside Ada's sash as he swayed at the golem's mercy.
You are a shrub, a mere beggar. You will never be good enough for Sep, or Aina, or that pathetic leech Geoff!
Ada reached for his purse.
So how dare you fancy yourself too good for me?
Is he just gonna chuck rivets at him? Pocket rivets? Ada extended a weary, open fistful of tinkling metal towards Taylid.
I'm so sorry, Mr. Taylor. Would you accept this as payment for all the trouble I caused?
Taylid crossed his eyes down just in time to see 2 metal rivets sticking out of Ada's fist get shoved right into his nostrils. The golems jittered as Taylid screamed and cursed, clutching his snout. With a well-placed kick to the golem's torso, Ada propelled himself out and away from the automaton's grasp. Still wielding a rivet in each hand, Ada ran back toward the wrecked door and started punching away at the wood, trying to carve a hole that would let him reach the latch.
Ada sinned!
The golem started stirring behind him. With a force pulled right out of memories of muscles he no longer had, Ada threw his good arm back and tore the door from its hinges. He spun in place and bashed it against the first of the pursuing golems, splintering all over its head and slammed it to the ground. Ada lurched out of the room, holding his side in place the best he could while the second golem futilely tried to leave the room with the chunk of wood still stuck to its hand.
I really don't know why you insist on having him send all that wine. It's not even good. There are much better drinks out there if you just want to batter your liver.
Far removed from all the commotion, Miss Rochelle ambled through the corridors of the first floor, a few steps ahead of the golem that held Sepp prisoner.
You don't even care, do you? You just want it because you can get your hands on it.
Oh, just in time for a
Whether you
raid.
like it or
Hello,
not,
ghost.
that's the point.
Never mind, I'm back in the bikini. Thank you for the raid, Delinquent Ghost. It's lovely to see you here. I hope you had a wonderful stream. Here's a clip
As if
from the
it would
lovely
be that
ghost.
heavy. Tenga, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. How you doing? He's pogging. Look. All right, mate. You fucking okay? This one's clutching his ass.
Nice. Oh, I hope you had a wonderful stream. Welcome on in, everybody. If you're new here, I'm Iggy Maid, any all pronouns, big gay lizard maid. I like playing story-rich games and such. And this will be the third time we're playing the raid trailer today, but just in case you're new, I'll get back to you shortly.
I am a master of gun fu. Oh, you smell guilty.
Whoa!
Oh my god.
Ooh, funny rock. Touch it. Lick it. Put it in your mouth.
I love weenies.
Fire! Oh dear. Oh dear. I thought we said controlled burn. I may be very gay.
Yeah!
Woohoo! Uh-oh. Yeah! Die!
See? Ow! Deja vu! I've just been in this car before. Ah!
So you can't get me now. Right?
Whoa! No!
Hello!
Grab smash!
Whoa! He knocked his whole body off!
Consider yourself pregnated.
And welcome back. If you enjoy the vibes, feel free to drop a follow. I'd massively appreciate it. We are playing... Getting a skeleton thrown at me. We are playing the Hayseed Knight. It is a sort of choose-your-own-adventure visual novel. Girls kiss in it. It's great. Wonderful. So feel free to settle down. I'll be reading the narration as we go. Sepp had stopped struggling a little while ago. She merely sagged in the golem's arms, her sight firmly set away
Val.
from Rochelle.
What do you think about some juice?
This was somehow a greater offense to the older woman.
What is it? What are you thinking in that magic brain box of yours? You think that I'm part of this? You think that I wanted any of this to happen? That I somehow plotted the death of that poor hick?
And just for fair warning, in case this does look up your alley, we are on chapter 4 of 5, so spoiler warning.
I gave you the choice to go through with your stupid elopement and let me forget all about you. But no, you came back with your tail between your legs to drag us all down with you, as you always do. And of course, it's now up to me to fix everything as usual. To say, yes, Mr. Tailed, no, Mr. Tailed, so he won't lift a finger against us for letting things get this far. like we had a say in all your whims. I used to think you'd thank me when you were older, but the years keep coming and you never seem old enough. I really thought I raised you smarter than this, Sep.
Their stroll finally came to an end once they reached Sep's door. Slowly, methodically even, Rochelle counted each and every key in her keyring, pretending she didn't know the shape of this lock by heart.
It's not fair if you can't even defend yourself, is it?
Take care, Ghost. Hope you have a lovely day. The golem bore its empty gaze into Rochelle as she tugged its sleeve away from Sep's mouth.
Raise me? Raise me! How warped can you get inside your own lies? You want a medal for doing the bare minimum to drag my weight through the mud just because you loved my mother? This is all your fault. Can't you see?
Ah, so it's my fault for trying to keep you alive. That's nice.
With a light pat on its back, the golem started marching again into Sep's room. Rochelle pulled her key up again.
All you've ever wanted was to bleed me dry. You never trusted me with my own decisions. You never even cared once about what I needed.
I want to see you well, and I want to see you flourish, and I want to keep you from throwing your life away at every turn. You're the one who keeps forcing me to be the villain in your story. What part of that is so hard to understand?
How do you manage to make everything about you? If you really care, stop playing the victim for 1 minute and just listen to me, okay? You never had to do any of it. I didn't ask you to. So you've tried to keep me well? Well, you failed. I'm a mess. You're the whole reason I keep trying to throw my life away. Because guess what? I never wanted any of this.
Neither did I!
Not very far from the argument now, Ada leaped steps in two, running upstairs using rivets as climbing aids in a desperate bid for his life. Just a hair's width behind him, more than well acquainted with the tip of his tail already, two golems chased him relentlessly.
Why are you doing this? You don't gotta listen to him! We're all in danger!
Huh. Negotiating with machines, are we? Save your breath. They cannot hear you, and they do not need a why either. They will kill you because I ordered them to. No mercy, no emotions.
Still halfway along the stairs, seemingly recomposed despite the nosebleed on full display, Taylid casually strolled up. Ada flung a flower vase downstairs, trying to buy some time as he scanned the 3rd floor in search of a strategy.
They'll only come for me?
That is correct. A golem is so advanced that they will not harm any other living...
Oh, well, there's a plan, isn't it? Not 1 second after Taylid had finished saying other, Ada started knocking on the first door he saw. He kept banging on every door he staggered past, on the walls and on the woodwork over the windows, yelling all the while.
There's monsters in the desert rose! Run!
A group of very confused performers and servants started trickling into the corridors. At the sight of the rampaging golems and the blood on Taylid's face, the tide grew and roared with terrified screams, surging toward the nearest exits. The automatons swiveled their torsos in short, brisk bursts, trying to find their target amongst the skittering denizens of the palace, to no avail. Ada, in spite of his worrying state, had somehow managed to seemingly vanish.
Is this your master plan, Addersind? Playing hide and seek until the beasts arrive?
Never one to fear getting his hands dirty, Taylid sidled calmly past the throng. Glancing over each door that lay ajar in his wake, nothing. No trace of Addersind.
Are you truly going to waste my time so brazenly?
Increasingly desperate, Taylid started looking over the rafters, inside the vases. Any shape a lanky yellow stag could have somehow contorted into to slip past him. He leaned over the railing, looking over the patio, hoping to find Ada hiding behind the colonnade. Over the roof, anywhere.
Come out and face me, you cowardly horn-eater!
Who you calling a coward?
God damn it, Ada. It was during one of those brief instants where Taylid's attention lay so easily misplaced that Ada suddenly cast himself up from the ledge beneath the moneylender.
You're the one who's hiding behind 2 golems, you hypochondriac.
The weak stag used what little strength remained in him to hurl his whole body upwards as he swung his head forward, managing to bash the pitiful stumps on his head against Taylid's bare forehead. Yeah, nearly. He was close. He's trying. The moneylender stumbled back, dazed by this second blow, but Ada wasn't nearly done yet. Taylid didn't even get a second to scream in pain this time. With a giant hand firmly wrapped around his neck, Taylid suddenly found himself weightless, floating in the air. Right over the thin railing, stopping the escaping crowds from falling over onto the patio. Feeling the call of their master, the golems rushed towards them, but there was very little they could do in such a difficult situation. Very little that wouldn't end with Ada dropping their master 3 stories down, and therefore breaking their orders, that is.
Call him off, Mr. Taylid. We ain't got time for this.
You're a lout, Addersind. You may think yourself bold after fooling my sister into thinking your life has any worth, but let me assure you once more, there is no outcome where you win. Even if you were to kill me, my golems would still carry out my last command. You'd be dead before I reached the ground. Assuming you could ever have it in you to see through this pitiful intimidation attempt.
Keep assuming, man. I've seen more people die than you could have ever killed.
What an odd choice of phrasing for a threat. Do you know what those words tell me? They tell me you have never killed. You may have caused deaths, perhaps, but you're still so afraid of combination that you think they make us the same. There's a world of difference between killing and letting people die.
Tell that to Lord Dumar when you see him!
Ada needn't do more than swing his arm, and suddenly Taylid's body was launched up beyond the railing, away from any salvation. There was no reaction on the golem's part, no time to think. The moneylender's mouth hung open in disbelief as he felt his weight flying up towards the clouds for a brief instant, before suddenly precipitating down, reclaimed by Darknar. A life lived in fractions of a second, memories of so many decisions. Not even the Taylid could remain so cold as to make space for revenge inside his mind as he fell. His descent came to an abrupt end, but not his life. Taylid's neck whipped forward violently as he was suddenly jerked back up by the collar of his tunic. A single piece of fabric stood between the red deer and certain death, a stag leaning over the railing to stop this fate. Without another word, Ada hauled Taylid back over the railings and tossed him on the ground. Taylid could only stare at him, awestruck, confused. It soon morphed into something more familiar, superiority.
You didn't have it in you.
No, I 1000% do. I got it in me, all right. I know I do. Oh, one look at you and I just know I do. The world would be so much better without weak, hoarding scum like you taking advantage of everyone else. When I think of that, I could drop you 1,000 times over. I could choke the life out of you right now. But you're Sep's brother, and she loves you. And I know she's for real convinced she's got to be like you too if she's going to get anywhere in this life. Y'all could be right. Oh, you've definitely been way better at me at this whole surviving thing. But I still think it's wrong. I know it's selfish, but I don't know how I'd look her in the face ever again if I gave you a taste of your own medicine. I don't want it to hurt more than I already done. So maybe you're right. Maybe I don't got it in me to be like you. Not yet, I don't.
God, the fight over my outfit continues.
Is that so? That's very stupid of you. Kill him.
Uh-oh. There were no magnificent movements, no great strategies, no tricks. One of the golems simply tackled Ada, splintering the railing like mere toothpicks. Ada and the machine plummeted down onto the patio several stories below. Sap ran out of breath for a moment, an unnatural chill crawling up her spine. Her ears shot up. Something was wrong. But this ominous premonition had nothing on the sight of Rachel furiously slamming the door to Sep's room open and shoving the golem out.
You want me to treat you like an adult? Fine. Let's all quit pretending then. I may not know what strange magic you cast upon my wife, but I know sure as I'm standing right in front of you that you ain't no Yusif, no queen, no princess, no nothing, honey buns. You're just some ungrateful cursed brat that I can't seem to get rid of. Still, you want to be called a different title every single day? Just say the word, sugar. I'll call you any and everything you want. 'Cause know what, Your Grace? You ain't never even had a name to begin with.
So what? Mom found me in a palace in Basaksarat. She said it didn't matter who I was. I would become Jasif.
Oh, yes. She found you in a fortress, I bet. But it was in the kitchen of some third-class castle, wherever in the northeast, if memory still serves. That makes you what? The Mary Queen of an inn in Tosal, maybe? Calcant, if you're so desperate to get some sun.
What are you talking about?
Honey, your mother told me all about the day she rescued you from some poor maid who was just overwhelmed minding her other children. Yup. She just had to become obsessed with this one runt. The most special indeed.
That's a lie. You're lying.
You want to blame someone for all this? Blame Thaw for losing her mind. Blame me for caring at all. But it's about time you got this into your head, you home-wrecking perisher. If it wasn't for you, she'd still be alive.
No.
You know all the well I do that a guy wasn't here the night she died.
No, that's not...
What did you do?
I didn't... It wasn't...
What did you do?
Ada was certainly a resistant boy. His skull seemed made of the strongest cement. His bones were steel beams. But even the sturdiest house crumbles to pieces when slammed against the ground with the force of a stampede. Ada blinked, once and again, trying to see past the dark haze in his vision and the weight in his chest. He could see a caricature, a face of sorts. The boy had never dared look at a golem up close, much less so in the light of the day. He was afraid of what he might find, of testing his convictions. But now there it was, right in front of him, about to kill him. He was all out of excuses, and he could see it crystal clear. The golem's eyes were all wrong. There was nothing inside of it. In the same way one can tell apart the warmth of heated metal and the warmth of a body, Ada could see that these creatures that looked and felt so much like Aina had nothing to do with her. He reached out and wrapped his less broken hand around the golem's mask, still cracked from the punch that had wrecked his other hand. Ada didn't hesitate this time. The mask crumbled to pieces in his fist. Only metal and cloves remained.
I knew she wasn't, no.
Dark again. He heard something metallic falling nearby. 2 sets of steps, then silence. Ada gasped in pain as Taylid's dagger drew a thin trail of blood where it rested on his neck.
You put up quite a fight. But it's over, Ada.
Taylid lifted the dagger in the air, ready to bear it down full force on Ada's chest. Ada followed the movement of the dagger as it rose through a half-shut eye, until a little flame sprouted in a corner of his sight instead. Taylid's dagger pierced skin and bone, and it would have punctured Ada's very heart if a sudden blast of scalding air hadn't pushed Taylid off him.
What?
Fire. Fire coming out of the other side of the palace, toward the sky, all over the roof. Fire coming from one room.
Sep! No!
Taylor ran in the direction of the fire, muttering desperate things under his breath. Ada just lay on the ground, bleeding with his eye closed. He heard one set of steps move towards him, then another, and one last. As he felt the golem's weight climbing on top of him once more, he couldn't help but think it was almost funny, really. His second time getting stabbed wasn't quite so bad as the first, but he couldn't seem to find the strength to get up and run this time around.
Is this how you die after all, Bones?
Struggling to keep his eye open, Ada looked up. He saw the point of the knife, the golem's arm, and the silhouette of another hand stretched over him.
That's so sad. I thought I'd get to kill you myself.
His eye rolled back toward the patio, finding instead the royal pathway hovering over him. He heard a young guard screaming, and the Jessif losing her will to escape.
It sucks, doesn't it? And it's only going to get worse from here.
He felt the ground falling under him, bereft of the power he had when he jumped down with Sep in his arms. He ran through a wall, and he climbed up a window, and he made his way into someone else's mind. He did so many things he could have never done on his own, because someone else was there, watching him.
If you're not going to fight, I'll order Aina to let that thing put you out of your misery now.
And he wondered if that was magic too. If she had been looking after him before he even knew. If she had just wished him well, while he couldn't do anything for her. If he was just glad to feel useful again.
Get up!
He tried to breathe, tried to follow the lessons she had so insistently taught him, though he knew why they never worked, why he could never look inward.
No, not like this. Get up!
Memory after memory started filling his mind, memories he had so gladly given away.
That's it. Fight.
He saw his home, and the cart taking him so far away, the last time he would ever see his mother and his father and his siblings.
We need you here a little longer.
He saw his boss, and the fort, and the captains new and old. He remembered the last time he slept with two eyes, the last time he let himself rest and give up.
Get
The last time he failed everyone.
up!
He wouldn't fail again.
Good talk. I'll catch you later, pup.
Why did you stop there?
End of chapter 4. Sorry, I just wanted to check if you were still paying attention.
I am! I so am! How could I not be? I finally know where this is going! It's the day without sun! I learned about this back when I went to school.
You aren't going anymore?
No. I have special permission to miss out on it! Oh, the curse of my precocious intellect! I was too smart for my teachers. They couldn't handle my genius.
I feel like I may have, perhaps, started to develop an ear for Inn's lies. But not yet the heart to call her out on them. Lynn, are you sure you want to continue with this now? It's really late and I'd rather nervous about your health.
Well, aren't you a fretter?
I'm not fretting, just letting you know you could die at any moment. Lynn blinks once, in such a way I can almost hear it. She squints her eyes at me, just to double check.
That's one hay of a fortune.
Not a prediction, it's a fact. You will die.
Yeah, won't we all?
No. Lynn finally seems to understand. Whatever it is I need her to understand, I suppose. There's still a few hours left before sunrise, and you're not really in a rush to go back, right? Would you care for a nap?
Would that put you at ease?
I have no idea what you're talking about. I'm so at ease right now. Never been more unbothered. Lynn makes no effort to hide the fact she's looking down on me.
Fine, I'll take that nap. But let it be clear that it's for your sake, not mine. And not because I'm a kid.
A test of your reflexes.
Okay. Of course. Lynn continues to grumble as she folds her arms into a headrest. Rest well, little one. Moments pass in silence. I would not be able to guess
Hey,
how
Val.
long.
What do you think about some juice?
Stop slouching.
I'll have a drink. My mind keeps screaming at me to run. Nothing good ever comes from involving myself with mortals. Jesus Christ, I can't get 5 seconds, can I? But she's just a child, and it is a fact that kids are phenomenal. The greatest bloodling invention. Their minds are quick and sharp, so full of hope. No, they barely even need hope, more like. They just see things as they are. The world is kind in their minds. I never got to be a child, and I'm not a gaze reader, so that's just my impression of them, I suppose. Can't help but admire their commitment to positivity. She'll be fine. She has a whole life ahead of her. But I may as well get some work done while I can. Let's see if I remember how to do this. To the worshipful Constable Buntelows, greetings. I seek thy mercy in this hour. No. Dearest Adaga, it is my hope that you are still exuberant and thriving. I have need of your... Listen here, you vapid offshoot of a decomposing turnip. I need a favor. I nod to myself, content with my great progress in the field of writing an introductory letter, and proceed to reach out for another sheet. This one's already been mysteriously smeared full of ink. As I draw the new sheet back, I realize I've gotten a hold of the sketches Lynn was doodling. Her smug kid face sits turned on her cheek at the other end of the table, pushing the page towards me.
Did I do Sep's butt justice?
Oh my gosh. I see Aina here. Look at their muscles. God, I love how I can tell who everyone is. Look, drawing them freaking kissing. I remember it a little bigger.
I'm starting to think you like to exaggerate her assets.
You just weren't there to see it, Lynn.
I'm sure you can tell me all about the greatness of my ancestors.
Weren't you going to take a nap or something?
Yeah, it was.
Lynn's half-closed eyes glide back to the drawing. Her insolence remains unreadable.
You know, one of the first lessons you learn as a gaze reader is that nobody is really coherent. People can believe two opposite things at the same time. Our thoughts don't need to make sense. Most people can't really tell why they do the things they do until somebody else tells them. And that other person is just guessing.
Why are you telling me this?
Because I know that you want to leave. And I know that when you leave, you'll be gone. I've seen that from the start. And I won't ever find out the actual why, because not even you know why you'll do it.
Lynn.
I don't want you to go digging for excuses now. I just wish you wouldn't try to convince me that you're doing it for my sake.
I do worry about... It occurs to me that perhaps that is the problem. That I still cannot say these things I so need to say. Or that after so long I'm no longer required to. And that my thoughts are hardly my own from the moment I met her. So the question remains a direct one.
Maybe, or maybe not. We could spend all day coming up with theories, really. I understand that people don't always have a reason to want to leave everything behind and start anew.
Did you have one? The brief twitch breaks Lynn's current stroke, leaving an ugly blotch of ink in an otherwise pristine page. There's a dramatic lack of sound around her as she stares at it.
I can't believe this! You truly are a dismal narrator! Stories are meant to be told one at a time!
That's right. I'm sorry. Good thing I have such an eager writer here to fix all my shortcomings.
Indeed. How fortunate you are that I am here, and that I am rested and ready to finish this story.
That makes two of us. The end, yes. We shall reach an end tonight, if we hurry.
No time to lose, then.
Chapter 5. The City Without Us, or what better way to end a story than when things have already gone south? Darkness. A net cast over the sky, pricked by the stars who refused to be hidden. What a curious phenomenon. Darkness, where the midday sun had sat in its throne above the city of Heirloom just moments earlier. For the first time in decades, the curtains were drawn over the celestial stage of Daknar in its totality, so that its overawed inhabitants may gaze upon the stars in the middle of the day. A day without sun. But history demands we lead our eyes away from the wonders of the sky so that we may witness the horrors of the ground instead. The story of our protagonist starts and ends with a corpse. And I am almost certain that it was a corpse. Not a breath left in his lungs, not a beat left in his heart. Still, it moved. Magic or pure instinct? To this day, I still don't know. But after a scream the likes of which the world had never heard, the streams of blood running from his open chest trickled down into a drip. With this surge of strength, the dead man ran, past the deactivated golems, past the fleeing denizens of the Desert Rose, into the fire that had spread all over the first floor already.
Septus! Open up! Sep!
Taylid banged helplessly on the door, rushing against the flames trying to make their way out of the room. His last two mechanical companions lay discarded against the wall, having been reduced to eerie porcelain carcasses after the blast. Seeing him on his knees, defeated the way he was, you would think that Taylid hadn't noticed the fire encroaching all over the first floor, but what else could he do but scream? Who else could he turn to? The gods? Without his personal retinue, Taylid was turned again to nothing but a weak runt. The deer who could barely gather enough strength to push down a handle. All the money in the world would not make the door budge.
Sep!
A presence crept up behind the treasurer, casting a large shadow over the door he was so desperately pulling against. Taylid gasped at the grim apparition. It only stared back. In the dark void left between the flames engulfing the corridor, Ada's eye shone an unnatural blue.
How?
The question sank back into his throat the moment a massive hand fell on his shoulder. But the gesture betrayed no grudge. Taylid was gently pushed out of the way. One short shove, and the door flew open. Tendrils of fire and smoke grasped at them, but Taylid still ran in first.
Sep! Answer me!
There was no sap in that room, no answers, and no sign of life. There was dark smoke and char. There was fire roaring over them, devouring the curtains and the woodwork. And in a corner, curled on what remained of a bed, a charred silhouette cut against an envelope of flames. No, not flames exactly. The moneylender could only recognize the creature in front of him by the blue embers that once formed her eyes.
Pumpkin.
Taylid extended a hesitant hand toward the licks of fire. They seemed to lash at him, making him scream in pain as he recoiled. As if beckoned by a sound beyond Taylid's senses, the dead man behind him started lumbering forward.
Don't you dare touch my...
The ease with which Ada's form grabbed Taylid by the neck and tossed him through the window would have surely been a surprise to both. The red deer flew across the room and into the balcony, nearly toppling the woodwork as well. It was the mercy of the lattice that spared him from death this time, not Ada's. Once more he could do nothing but watch as Ada gently kneeled down and destroyed his sister's life. The silhouette of a ruminant was no more. What Ada lifted into his hands may as well have been a heap of ash with bells. The embers around what remained of Sepp crawled over Ada's body, gently kissing over every cut and bruise, giving life back to him as they faded away. One last speck of light buried itself in the wound in Ada's heart, glowed one last time, and disappeared. So followed the eerie glow in Ada's eye, vanished in a calm blink.
What?
There only remained in the room a confused boy, a lifeless body, and a fire threatening to kill them all. No, I lie. There was Taylid too, much too shocked to pay any mind to Ada's newly sprouted fear of him. He lifted himself off the ground, dusted himself, and took a handkerchief to his nose to wipe away some of the blood.
Follow me.
Ada didn't have time to think, much less hesitate. He followed suit. Through empty corridors and burning debris, Taylid walked in front of Ada, leading them with determination. His fame of having ice-cold blood didn't betray him.
What happened? Where'd the cuts go? I thought I was bound to...
Cease your useless yapping. I cannot answer your questions.
They arrived at an old winery of sorts, where Ada finally allowed himself the mental space to doubt Taylid's intentions. He certainly wasn't sure how to feel when the moneylender unbolted a conspicuously clean grill and signaled him to pass first.
We cannot risk leaving her exposed to the elements. This is the best I can offer.
Her?
Ada turned his head to the hands he'd automatically kept locked against his torso since he came to. They felt heavy and cold. The realization of what it was that he was guarding so fiercely made his stomach churn right up to his throat.
Don't let a single speck fall.
Ada turned his head between the pile of ash and Taylid, who was already making his way into the grill. Any child could have told you what to do with the ashes of the departed. Throw them in the air, sink them in the sea, let the current take them away so that the Hatsa may carry their strength to their new body. Holding on to them was wrong, but then again, nobody wanted to be right. Splash, splash. Their hooves left short-lived prints in the dew covering the gravel below them. In other circumstances, Ada would have pondered whether Taylid lacked a sense of smell. It was the only logical reason he could find as to why the loner seemed so willing to spend his days crawling around dark passages and sewers. As it stood, however, Ada could only keep his eye focused on his palms and the glow emanating from them.
It's not true fire. It shouldn't pose any risk of combustion.
Taylid wasn't talking to him, not really. He mumbled secret whispers to himself as they traversed the overwhelming darkness, guided only by the flickering light that Sepp's remains offered. It gave neither of them any consolation.
She's strong enough. She'll make it, she will.
It became obvious to Ada at some point that Taylid wasn't just trying to reassure himself anymore.
Why are you helping me?
I am not. I am using you to ensure her safety.
A terrible laugh exploded before it even reached Ada's throat. It sounded miserable.
You really are like two peas in a pod.
Don't you dare take such liberties with me! You only stand before me because my sister needs you more alive than I want you dead! Once that stops being the case, I will come and claim my dues.
Taylid turned briskly and made into the darkness, far from Ada's reach. Ada tried to pick up the pace as well, but he soon realized that with every step, whatever remained of Sepp glowed a little less brightly.
Mr. Taylid, wait!
There was no need for that. Taylid suddenly stopped in what seemed like a dead end. Thanks for following, hope you're enjoying yourself. Before Ada had a chance to voice any concerns, a fugitive ember flew up from Ada's hands, revealing a small metallic ladder built into the old brick wall and vanished into a trapdoor.
Go. Take her to Pertok. He will know what to do. Aren't you coming? I cannot be seen with either of you. Just go. This conversation never happened.
There was no point in arguing with Tailored. Even Ada knew this. It was Tailored, however, who seemed to forget. The moneylender hadn't even walked a few paces when he turned back again toward Ada. He drew his knife and held the blood-stained edge high for Ada to admire the color of his own veins.
Keep her safe, no matter the cost. If anything happens to Septut, I will not grant you twice the kindness of death. The city will be painted in red.
Tailored disappeared into the tunnels, but his presence remained strong. There was no way but forward. Ada looked down, one last time, at the heap of dust within his hands, and the tinkling bells grazing his palms. The image of the woman he loved, dissolved into something unrecognizable. He felt his chest heave as he tried to choke back a sob. He couldn't afford to think yet. He didn't want to risk a single tear falling over the fire. Ada started climbing the ladder with only his right hand and his teeth, being extremely careful not to let a single ash fall from his arm. Daylight seared into Ada's pupil, burning in the image of pale silhouettes of clouds and buildings and people all around. The absent sun had returned, and it was doing him no favors, here in an alley on the edge of Pilgrim Hill. At first he tried to walk quietly, to mind his step, not tumble in the slightest, but it made no difference. He soon came to realize that the weight in his hands was starting to feel lighter. There truly was less and less of Sep with every step he took. Ada trudged against the agitated, gossiping masses gathering around 3rd Street, cutting right through the throng of people looking at the sky and panicking over the smoke in the distance. He'd never exerted his body like this, and something in the back of his head screamed at him to stop, but Ada wasn't used to listening to his brain, and he wasn't about to start now. The Temple of Hirab, at last, but the gate was shut, as it usually would only be at night.
No! No! What? Come on! Open up! It's me! Please!
His mind struggled to recall who it was that would usually open the gates for him, but he banged on the doors desperately all the same, well aware that he couldn't push them down, and that they wouldn't welcome the likes of him anymore.
Stay with me. Stay with me. We're here. It'll be all right.
Ada pulled his handkerchief out from his sash and wrapped it around the cooling ashes. He checked to see that something still glowed within its makeshift container. Desperate now, Ada spit on both his hands, rubbed them together, and sank his fingers into the crumbling wall, grabbing the knot of the handkerchief with his teeth. And so he started climbing toward the forge, one broken brick after the other, the whole front threatening to fall right under his hands. He would get there. He would make his way to Pertok, and he would save Sep no matter what. If he fell, he'd climb again. He'd break his way through the wall if he had to. He'd take down the whole temple, brick by brick, if there was no other way.
Yes? Who's there?
And then, like so, unaware of Ada's turmoil and the ensuing determination, the huge metal gate opened slowly, innocently. Inside he found a goat. They exchanged silent glances. She gawked at him, clearly flummoxed at the sight of Ada trying to climb the wall. He stared at her, briefly wounded about how quickly he'd been replaced in his sweeping duties. A moment later, and the tip of the broom was raised like a spear against him.
Go down off the wall! Now!
He could hardly blame her. A shaggy, flustered, gigantic deer with a handkerchief in his mouth, burnished hand marks on his chest and singed fur all over his body probably wasn't the friendliest sight. And he wasn't about to help his case.
What?
Pertok, the merchant! Red, the merchant! Where is he?
I don't understand.
White beard, red fur, fancy hat, maybe on fire. You can't miss him.
Ada finally craned his neck from the temple far behind the gate to get to the ibex right in front of him. She looked panicked, and just short of poking his one remaining eye out with the broomstick.
I don't know.
Ada mouthed a hardly felt thanks as he rushed in past her and took a right turn into the inner patio. Focused as he was, he barely noticed the goat following him through the cloister.
Wait! Dear, wait, please!
I'm real sorry, man, but I ain't got time to...
No, wait! I said wait! I'm sorry, I give you during problems. I see. I can listen them. That's why you come at the excuse me. Give me a...
The little goat put a hand to her chest, clambering toward a nearby column. Ada couldn't help but stop and approach her out of concern. Once she had regained some breath, she jumped back to her full, limited height.
You need help. I'm wrong? I know what a deer must have problems, or they come into Hirap. But you are welcome. Do apne deer jao, yes? Explain me what happened with less hurry. I help you how I can.
Ada moved his one eye around the colonnade, biting his tongue so hard that he could have drawn blood. He wanted to look anywhere but at the cluelessly optimistic stranger staring expectantly at him. He had to keep Sep safe. He had to find Pertok. He could keep running until he came with a way to make it all right. But there was nowhere else to run. He was already a dead man walking. He could very well have been carrying a corpse for all he knew. Trusting a helpful young woman with the second biggest secret he carried in his chest hardly seemed a reckless choice at this point.
It ain't me that needs help.
The goat furrowed her eyebrows, confused, but Ada didn't elaborate. He merely opened up the handkerchief just a little, enough for her to take a peek in. A tiny, dying light that offered no warmth awaited inside. The girl remained frozen for a second, looking at the spark. Then she looked Ada straight in the eye with her mouth still agape.
No time to explain.
No.
The goat took a deep breath, eyes shut in resolute expression. Without another word, she dropped the broom and sprinted across the patio. Ada didn't hold a single trace of doubt in his rattled bones that she would be back, but he couldn't just wait for her return either. While his mind hesitated, his hooves led him to the forge. It only made sense. He wasn't a smith, he was barely a broom boy. But if there was one thing apprentices were closely acquainted with, it was fanning fires. This he'd done every single day of this long year. Ada cleaned the fire pit as best he could, and made a little nest with what remained of Sep. He tore the handkerchief into pieces, and he placed Sep's spark on top. The exhausted boy threw his body weight over the bellows time and again, rhythmically, praying to whatever god could hear him that he wouldn't just accidentally blow her soul away. The echo of tiny hooves running up the stairs announced the arrival of the sweeping goat, who carried a small tower of books with her. Once settled on a table, she began sorting through the documents, sending Ada from corner to corner to fetch offerings for the flickering flame.
Get coal, good coal, and not burn before. Dear Masoma, bless rocks, clean with fire salt.
Oh, a purification salts! The power ones! I know Pertok kept some around.
Ada gathered the salt and the coals and all that remained of Sep's form in the center of the pit. He grabbed a pipe and blew into it directly, too scared to even try the bellows anymore. Then, they waited. They steeled their hearts and stared. There was no forge and no temple anymore. Only the coal existed. Nothing happened for the longest time, but when they were just about ready to give up... Whoosh. A dark blue fire consumed all the items around as it burned tall and proud, finally returning back to the tranquil flame that trembled slightly before the two shocked bloodlings. The deer and the goat looked at each other. They screamed incomprehensibly in their respective languages. They smashed their heights together in an extremely uncoordinated impromptu hug, which ended with Ada picking the goat up and spinning her once in the air before letting her go in a panic. Even so, there was no end to their cheer. They jumped on and on excitedly all over the forge, celebrating something they couldn't quite even start to understand. Ada finally fell to the sooty ground before the fire pit, watching the flames burn in a blur somewhere beyond his snout. The goat hurriedly kneeled down next to him.
Are you okay?
No, I'm Adder.
I'm sorry, Ada. I'm Zhao. Are you okay?
It was just a... Never mind. I'll survive. And if I'm not the only one anymore, it'll be all thanks to you, ma'am. You just saved us. Never knew we got a hero working for hero.
You know, no, I am nothing of the sort. I'm just the new priestess. As I said, right, Sonar, welcoming everyone to the temple is literally what I was born to do.
No. You're really going above and beyond, Miss Priestess. I ain't never had a divine nothing chase after me to save my ass anywhere else.
Yes. I guess I'm playing to my strengths, whichever they may be. But I appreciate and accept the compliment, truly, misguided as it is.
Ada knitted his brow together tightly, a realization threading itself wit by wit in his exhausted brain.
Hey, when did your Cyrnar get so good?
Oh, that's so kind of you. Thank you. I wouldn't consider myself fluent by any stretch, but I have a good ear for it. I mean, I have a lot of practice hearing the merchants and the caravans speak every day, and...
No, right now, I mean. It's so much better than it was before. When did it get so... Hold up. It's working! It's working, ain't it? I'm doing the eye magic thing!
A magic thing? Oh, you're a gaze reader?
Darn right I am! Sam,
The flame burned gingerly in its little bed, stamping Ada's enthusiasm to the ground. Zhao slowly swiveled her head between Ada and the fire pit, lacking words in any language to even attempt to start talking about what happened. Still, she smiled.
Would you be so kind as to introduce us?
She's... Well, other than probably calling me an idiot, she's... Yusif.
The goat fell completely silent. It was an anguished silence, the kind in which one has a lot to absorb.
I think we owe you a real big explanation, Miss Zhao.
Ada painted in broad, flattering strokes quite the picture. One of a boy escaping from his past, hiding as far from it as he could, running toward an impossible future, resigning himself to a life of bare minimums, for he deserved nothing better, of a boy losing all sense of direction. He told her the story of a woman who had the misfortune of being loved by him, of making him feel special, how much better she would have been without him, of how he hurt her, and how she always despaired for wanting to hurt him back. He told her what just happened moments ago, not that far away, how convinced he was that he ought to be dead, how the sun had come and gone without her. Then silence came back, longer this time. When Zhao spoke again, it was with reverential fear, one born from the horror of committing the highest blasphemy.
I came to Elam because I had a dream a long time ago, Ada. A dream that left me awestruck. I dreamed of a crown of light, and I chose to don it upon me, thinking myself proud and wise for it. I knew I was wrong, but I couldn't keep the thought locked within my chest. When I told the seeress about this dream, she had me banished from the temple, sentencing that it wasn't a dream fit for a priestess with any sense of decency left. I would go on a pilgrimage to face true hardship and shed off my hubris, or I would burn my robes and walk in the shade for the rest of my life. And yet, there truly is no darkness on Dakna.
Zhao looked at the fire pit. A small smile crossed her face. Her expression turned somber once more as she turned towards Ada.
I'd spent so long as a caravan guard that I thought I'd never see my journey complete. But when I finally arrive at the temple, when I finally find a glimpse of my old peace, the sun leaves the skies, and you arrive with it.
I'm so sorry for...
Don't you apologize! This is great! I'm sorry, that came out wrong. I mean, I'm just so happy that the Jasif would require my help. I really should have known from the moment I saw your honors, but I couldn't believe my own eyes.
Well, she's making a good first impression. Though she clearly tried, Zhao was thoroughly unable to hide the mix of excitement, hope, and envy on her face as she looked at Ada. This only added to his confusion.
My what?
Your honors.
She hovered a finger over her own shoulders and chest, roughly mirroring where Ada's mark stood on his body.
Oh, yeah. She honored me with these, all right.
Yes, we're so fortunate that the Jasif decided to bless you. You wouldn't have been able to carry her soul to safety otherwise.
To be fair, Your Holiness, I reckon I wouldn't have been able to carry her soul all the way up here any other way.
Certainly, it would have been horrifying. Her power would have carbonized you.
Ada chuckled awkwardly to himself, suddenly very conscious of how thankful he was that his mean, neurotic quips were wasted on the pious ibex beside him. He chose to take the tiny flame flickering upwards inside the forge as a sign that someone had understood his words. A sigh welled up deep within Ada's chest. It would stay there for a long time.
What's going to happen to her now?
I can't answer that. There is no answer that remains eternally unfound, but we should be wary of the plenty that remain unfounded. Only a fool speaks freely of that which one doesn't know.
Well, I'll say, that sounded just right up Sep's alley. You some kind of Sephy magic thing, too?
Far from it. The seer has always said that Hirub was wise to steer my senses away from the Hatsa, as knowing me, I could trip on the current itself.
Oh. Ada's face drooped a little more with each word Zhao said.
One thing I can say for certain is that I have started several fires in my life. Candle fires, lamp fires, bonfires, ceremonial fires, kitchen fires, wildfire. What I mean to say is that it looks like a healthy, holy fire to me.
Yeah, we did the best we could, didn't we? We'll figure something out.
Figure out how to speak out of your mouth instead of your ass, you traitorous venison.
Patron!
Hey, buddy.
Shut up! Don't you dare utter that word in my presence again, or I'll crack your skull open and have that mustard seed you wear as a braid for
Gallery
breakfast!
needs water.
Thank you,
Stop
Bert.
slouching.
Pertok stopped yelling for a moment. He flicked one floppy ear halfway up.
Is that my Aina with you?
I'm afraid not, Seer. It's just me, Zhao, the new...
Then you shut up too!
Ada and Zhao exchanged a brief look, an understanding that they now shared a small unexplainable bond through their shared laboral miseries. But this was not the moment to discuss the benefits of unionizing. Ada's brain was working overtime today.
Aina. Yeah, Aina! I saw her earlier, sir. She was with her... sister?
Ah, that girl. The storm remains unpredictable, no matter its form.
The merchant removed a few straws from Sep's nest, making the flame lash at him.
Always one to bite the hand that feeds you, daughter of Thor.
Ada and Zhao shared concerned looks behind his back.
How did you know she...
I already told you, you nimwit. The stench of a Jasif is not one to ever escape my nostrils. It should be ambition, conquest, and pride. But I smell nothing but despair now. Her soul must be starved. Who did this to her?
I think she probably did this to herself. No purpose, I don't think. See, Miss Rochelle took her away to her room, and the tailor tried to kill me, but then I looked up, and he looked too, and the desert rose caught fire, and the sun went out, and...
I knew this would happen.
What do you mean you knew?
I mean that I knew! It was obvious. That brat's always been too weak-hearted to be Jasif. I don't care what that compost brain tree says. She should have grown to become a barmaid in whatever roadside inn that delusional doe stole her from. Let history forget about her. She's not fit for royalty.
Something snapped a little in Ada's face. A thought must have gone sideways as he grabbed the old man's dinky frame by the collar of his tunic and lifted him off the ground.
If you were so sure that it was all gonna go sideways, you ought to have done something about it when you got the chance! You should have protected her, you old bastard! Not just shrug and say, I told you so!
I did what I could for that child.
You ain't done crap! You're really gonna tell me to my face that you call sending her back without her memories or whatever it was you did, protecting her?
The gods must be crueler than I thought to make you the fool I scribed.
He did see me in
what
the
a
memories.
dangerous thirst for knowledge you hide under that stupid facade of yours, son of Garthav.
I'm hearing lots of words, and none of them is sorry. Do something about this!
Ada, put him down already! That's no way to treat an elder!
Ada glanced at Zhao and then back at Pertok. A long, deep breath later, the old man had his hooves back on the ground.
Turn those wax-ridden ears of yours to me, child. I have but one piece of advice. I'm not the only one who can sense a weakness like this. My daughter, she's even better than me. And I know she still hungers for revenge. Don't let her remember. Keep the sun away from her.
With that, Pertok turned around and began limping downstairs.
Hold up, that's it? Where are you going?
To my room, to resume my nap where I left it. I'm far too old to be any god's milkmaid.
What are we supposed to do then?
Get your ass out of my temple, that's what! Don't you dare ever show your face around here again, son of Gurfad! You and that loose piece of charcoal are not welcome anymore!
Say what? Where are we supposed to go?
I don't care! You chose to stick your antlers where you shouldn't have. Now live with the consequences.
Ada remained locked in place, simmering in his rage. That pot had been boiling for far too long.
I'm gonna show you consequences?
Oh. Before Ada could put a full stop on that sentence, the world turned dark.
What happened, Mr. Bard?
Ada opened his eyes slowly. He could tell dusk was creeping up on the city somewhere to his right. Only the glow of the fire burning in the forge managed to light up his memory.
Ada, you shouldn't be up. Go back to sleep.
The boy found himself helplessly pushed back into a pile of something that rumbled and shifted beneath his back. It smelled like charcoal, with a sheet on it, to put visitors in the mind of a cozy bed.
I can't. Where are we? Is this the forge?
I thought you wouldn't want to be separated from her.
Didn't Mr. Pertok say?
I know what the seer said, but that's not the way of the gods. I'm not letting him drive you out in your state. Not even if you're the filthy, backstabbing Dota Salia I've heard so much about.
The what?
Anyway, please lie down. You're in no condition to walk.
Sure I am. Look at me. If I fall down, I could just cartwheel away.
Ada, this is serious.
One look at Zhao's face and Ada immediately lay down.
I've known warriors to stand and fight long after their consciousness failed them, driven only by instinct. But it was always a matter of time until their body gave up. Some of them never got up again. A failing mind is no joke. I wish I had noticed sooner. I can only imagine how hard you must have fought to protect the Jasif and reach us bearing wounds like those.
Come now, they ain't so.
Ada held on to the water basin next to him. He immediately screeched in pain at the motion. His face was a myriad of cuts and bruises. The long gash in his neck still bled. His left hand was broken beyond use. The deepest, most critical wound in his chest had been stitched and tightly bandaged, but blood was still peeking through the fabric. All the injuries he thought magically healed, made all the worse by exertion.
Damn it, Sip! Oh, why's it always gotta be smoke and mirrors with you?
There is no magical cure for injury, Ada. Time takes time.
Nah, time lives inside your mind. Didn't you know?
Ada sat up all of a sudden, finally taking note of the situation at hand. He immediately regretted doing any of that.
How long have I been out?
Less than half a day. Not nearly enough to recover from whatever it was that stomped over you, so please just go back to sleep.
No, sleep? What are you saying? I can't be wasting time like this. There's Ana. It's Sep now. Y'all's gonna be somewhere out there too, and 3, I beg you. I ain't got time. I ain't got it in me to do this alone.
Ada tottered across the forge, unable to command his legs to stop trembling. His fall came as no surprise to either of them, but it still managed to put a dent in his heart. The boy only looked up from the depths of his despair when he felt a tiny hand on his shoulder. A reassuring smile, half covered by messily kept bangs, followed after.
I know it must feel hopeless right now, but you're not alone, Ada. And I'm not just talking about the physical realm. The sun is always ahead of us, lighting the way to tomorrow, even when we can't see it. And now it's literally shining right in front of us. It will be okay, okay?
Ada turned his face toward the tranquil flame in the forge. Though Ada was used to seeing the Jasif as a far more solid existence than Jiao, and therefore couldn't share her optimism, the fire didn't give a single damn about his feelings. It was just there, a lazy flame resting in its cozy abode despite everything that was going on around it. Just about the most Sep thing it could do. Uncaring, unbothered, moisturized in its lane. A cruel god.
Besides, this is the royal temple of Hirub. Not just a place of worship, but a monument to Barha knowledge. We have the wisdom of hundreds of sages before us, preserved to piece together the answers to every question we could formulate.
How's a bunch of old dead people gonna help us stop one from...
Something twitched above him, then came a growl, like that of a heavy rock being dragged. Yellow gleams stared at them from the shadows above the forge. Jiao made to turn around, following his line of sight. But Ada immediately put a hand on her shoulder and snapped her whole body back toward him.
No, you know what? You're 3,000% right. This place is filled to the brim with books and stuff, but you know what's sad? None of that matter to me, because I can't even read my own name. All Anderson Sonnegerfot can offer is his bronze, because he's just smart enough to know better and to offer his brains. And I won't be able to give even that much if I don't rest a little more.
I mean, at this point, Ada, I'm purely convinced your dump stat is Dex and nothing else. Actually, even then, you're quite clumsy. You're fast, but clumsy. Not too strong, not too bright. But I still love you.
Can I ask you for a teeny tiny little favor, though? Could you help me find my shepherd's crook? My walking stick, that is. I used to carry it all the time before I came down to the city. It sure would be a big help right now. But I ain't got no clue where in the temple I could have left it.
Oh, he's definitely got Constitution.
Of course! You don't even need to ask. And please, take as long as you want. I'm sure the seal will eventually come to his senses and allow you to stay. We just have to hold on a little longer.
I'd say Con is his highest stat, followed by Dex, then Charisma. Low Strength, low Int, low Wisdom. Ada felt a rare twinge of guilt for the lie he just told. He actually knew with astounding precision where his old shepherd staff was. Right there, in a corner under the table where he always used to have his lunch. But now was hardly the time to fetch it. Ada pretended to lie down again in his pile of charcoal, keeping his eye closed well after Jiao's steps were out of earshot. When he opened it again, a wolf was straddling his chest.
Hey, boss, you here to watch me work? I was just about to get on with my day after the beating I took earlier. Thanks for dropping by, at least.
Is it just me, or does that look like the narrator's hat?
Haven't I been nice to you, Bones?
Huh?
I rescued you. I brought you food. I gave you a name. Haven't I been nice?
Yeah.
Then why did you lie to me? And that's a very naughty thing to do.
I was scared?
And that's the part I don't understand. Isn't this what you signed up for? Did you change your mind? Would you rather run and let the deer make a bloody mess out of you than stay by your nice friend's side?
Eka finally climbed off Ada's makeshift bed. She started roaming around the forge.
By all means, tell your new friend all about us. I'd love to have an excuse to try some gazelle.
She's a goat. Leave her alone. I wasn't gonna say a word about y'all.
Wow, that's what I call a scary face right there. I didn't know a deer could snarl. Did Aina teach you that?
Yeah. She with you?
I hope so. She hasn't misbehaved once since she came back. I suppose it was just a bout of sentimentalism. I heard she was prone to those. Could have been a pretty perfect night if two mischievous landlubbers hadn't run and ruined our party.
I mean, it hasn't happened, but it's been strongly hinted at, Zeph. Eka slid back towards Ada as he made the effort to sit up from his bed to meet her. She bent her body until her eyes were in line with his and smiled.
Do you want to know how I found you?
You want to tell me?
The wolf pointed her long snout against the gash on Ada's neck and smirked.
You cannot hide from me.
Still smiling, she dragged a soft, clawed thumb across the bandage. The thin canvas tore easily under her nail, revealing a trail of fresh blood. Eka traced the outline of the cut with her finger, making Ada gasp in pain.
A lesser wolf would have eaten you right away. How fortunate you are that I am Eka.
As if to finish making her point, Eka took the bloody fingertip to her mouth and licked it clean, holding Ada's gaze all the while. He didn't dare break eye contact, not even once. Something deep down told him he couldn't afford to flinch if he wanted to live.
You know, I learned something very interesting thanks to your escape. It seems the concept of family is quite different here to where I come from. Fawns are pups, and siblings and littermates are similar enough. But mothers, let alone fathers? It's hard to have those when it takes a village to raise a litter. So when I followed you here and saw the red angry grazer upstairs, I thought that maybe I could have 2 or 3 fathers. Sounded right to my ears. But then I thought about it again and I figured, nah, they were just messing with you.
Eka put a hand on the wall and craned her body forward, forcing Ada back down.
Where's my dad, puppy? I can't seem to find him.
Ada turned his face toward the forge. He half expected to find Sepp shrugging back at him.
Dead?
Eka's ears perked up. She threw her head back, clearly doubting this claim. Then she raised her snout in the air and sniffed around. She tilted her head to one side and the other, as if failing to make sense of something that was very evident.
Oh, that sucks. Or maybe it doesn't. Your friend kind of sounded like a splinter in your gums, if you catch my drift. A big splinter. No, an enormous, juicy, fatty marrow bone. A whole loin, really.
As he watched a thin trail of drool fall off of Eka's lower jaw, Ada tried very hard not to think about what would have become of Sepp if they had stayed at the ship. That was the very instant he decided he wouldn't be caught without his staff ever again.
Well, whatever. I guess that saves us some time then.
Hey, so I know this really ain't the kind of question one ought to ask in this situation, but, just to make sure I'm getting this right, boss, aren't you, mad about this whole thing?
What's the word? It's an ambiguous situation. Like, who's even at fault here? You for lying? Or me for thinking the first gazelle I saw would be my father? All I knew about the two of you is that you were a yellow deer and a very angry red gazelle. And that wasn't a whole lot to go by. It could have been anyone. It's hard to tell grazers apart just by shape and size. You all smell delicious. If only every deer was like you, Bones.
Then I wouldn't be easy to tell apart anymore, right?
Wow, I hadn't even thought about that. You're a thinker, puppy. A really smart one. That's how I know you won't try to trick me a second time. Remember, I'm your boss now.
Haven't forgotten once, ma'am.
Ma'am. Ma'am. Doesn't get old.
Eka pushed her hat down as she walked towards the colonnade that looked over the yard in 3rd Street.
To be perfectly clear, Bones, if you weren't so important as you are, I would have plucked out every last bristle of hair on your body and eaten you from the inside out by now.
Ada followed Eka's line of sight. Some 50 barhands had gathered in the patio of the temple, forming small, unconnected groups like those that would gather before shows.
Lucky, lucky Bones. Always the star of a crowd. The next time you find yourself in the middle of 1,000 stairs, keep in mind that every breath you take because you're more useful to me alive than dead. I saved you. I kept you safe. And just like that, I will tear you apart, limb by limb, and feast upon your entrails while you look, if you give me one more reason to.
Eka dragged her hands lazily up the side of Ada's neck until they rested comfortably on the base of his jaw. She grinned.
I'll find us some cake the next time I visit. Don't think I've forgotten. Be a good pup now. Don't get your head bitten off.
She put an end to her remark with a little clack of her teeth. At last, the captain slinked away. A sudden thump near the doorway made Ada jump in place. He slowly turned around, just to find a frozen goat and a lot of random canes scattered across the ground behind him.
Miss Priestess, gee, you're fast, ain't you? Sorry to make you run around like that. Turns out my stick was just...
Who was the tall lady?
Ada needed a second to even attempt to decipher what it was he was looking at. Zhao's eyes were practically sparkling.
That was a... She's my boss's boss. Dropping by for a quick inspection. Never mind her, though. What's that all about?
Ada extended a giant finger toward the small crowd gathering in the plaza at the other side of the gates.
The congregation? They've been here for a while. We're in the Temple of Hirub.
No spoilers,
Isn't that
bird.
normal?
I will slap you.
Ma'am, I've been playing errand boy for well over a year now. Whatever that is, normal it ain't. I ain't ever seen a gazelle prey here. How come there's 3 dozens of them now?
Oh, that must mean my efforts to spread the good news about the return of the Jasif while you rested must have borne some fruit.
Oh, you told everyone.
You promised them fruit!
I honestly wasn't sure anyone was going to pay any mind to me, given my linguistic skills. But I suppose a few Barhans must have seen the sun disappear over the city and taken that as a sign.
Well, now I know to expect it, bird. I could have been pleasantly surprised when they had more interactions. Now I know they're going to have more interactions and potentially flirt with each other, so yes, bird. That is a spoiler, albeit a minor one, but a spoiler nonetheless. The desert rose, Ada thought to himself, feeling drops of sweat fall through his back like hail. They saw the desert rose going up in flames and took that as a sign.
I can't believe I'm having any part in this. The children of Hirub coming together to wait for the Jasif to be returned to us. This is marvelous. We should ask the seer to officiate a ceremony.
Say what? You want us on a pyre or what? Leave the patron alone. That man got a drop of holiness in his body. He'll only curse us out.
That's a risk I'm willing to take. We can't not pray now if Heirloom's faith is truly so feeble. It's our moment to be audacious, inspire them, and show them the way of the...
Oh, no, ma'am. Working at the temple don't make me a priest. You gonna pray all you want. I'm out of here.
Me? But I couldn't possibly... I mean, yes, I am nominally a priestess, but I'm the kind that sweeps the temple and lays the table, not the kind that lectures. I can barely string 2 words together in Basaktet, never mind Sanar.
Jal, come on. You don't gotta give the speech of your life. Just talk them up a little so they can go home in peace. I'll be back there keeping an eye on y'all as queen till you're done, okay?
Ada, do you believe in fate?
Not when you ask me like that.
I know we just met, and I know that you're barely in any state to stand vertically, but I'm sure there's a reason destiny brought us together.
The main one being Elagrab's terrified of fire, and you were walking by when I got sacked, I bet.
Not that. I'm talking about something deeper than chance. Providence, the work of the divine. The gods give where they take, Ada. You have been blessed with a loud and beautiful voice to make up for your looks, and the talent to read gazes, to know the hearts of those around you, to make up for everything else.
What are you trying to rope me into here?
I'm positive that you could make a great orator if you tried. Would you kindly translate the prayers for me?
No way! Nope! Nuh-uh,
He
ma'am.
can't even
Don't take me
read.
wrong. If you'd asked me a week ago, I'd have gladly got that done for you, Miss Priestess. I lend my voice box to my friends on the daily. But I can't show my face in front of the whole city right now. We'll be in trouble.
He can't even read. And she wants him to translate a language? There's a few steps beyond what he can do.
Oh, I know this struggle well, but please don't be so hard on yourself. You're not so exceedingly horrifying to look at, even with the wounds. You're pretty leggy, that helps.
This ain't about my mug. I'm saying I'm a dead man if any of them recognize me.
Ada reached into his sash and pulled out the wanted poster Miss Rochelle had thrown at him in the way to the Desert Rose.
Yerba mate. That is quite the list of crimes. What does this, fornication part mean?
Oh, Ada, what are you accused of?
I think it's stabbing someone with a fork.
Yeah, that's
and that
gotta be
much
it.
I can promise you I ain't never done.
Zhao's hand shook a little as she gripped the paper. She bent it into a ball and screamed to the measure she could over it.
It doesn't matter. I said I do not care about your dubious past, and I stand by it. I serve the sun, and so do you, and that makes us friends now. And friends are supposed to help their friends, help them give speeches in front of the whole village.
Meaning...
We need a makeover.
A what?
Gwa? As
Hey,
much
Val,
as she...
what do you think about some juice?
Yeah, I'll have a drink.
Stop slouching.
As much as she tried to hide it, the elation and pride at the prospect of getting up to what I'm sure could only be referred to as shenanigans were plain to see on Zhao's face. Ada was not keen on leaving Sepp unattended, but he followed Zhao all the same to the uncharacteristically well-maintained inner sanctum.
I stumbled upon this room while I was looking for the broom closet. It's full of all sorts of regalia from ages past, since the seer very explicitly forbade you from showing your face around the temple.
All sorts of regalia. It looks authentic. Okay. The holy little swindler put a hand on a helmet and smiled.
No, that's smart. I got that part. I'm just wondering why you got a pile of clothes on your hands, too.
Ada, the future of this city depends on me finding a suitable dress. The cowl very much makes the monk.
Ada raised a skeptical thumb to his chin.
And Ilgrab never mentioned the tall lady. She's our boss now. You can't leave me behind. I can't be caught wearing the same 3 dusty rags the next time we see her.
That's real holy of you, priestess.
One can't honor the gods if they do not honor themselves, Ada. Do you understand? Love is a righteous path. Love is the work of the divine.
Zhao pulled Ada's face towards her, squishing his cheeks into pancakes.
And I'm a devout believer, see?
I still don't get it, but you know what? You do you. I can't really judge nobody for putting their job on the line for a pretty face. Just pray there won't be a next time with her.
And so began...
How about this one?
Oh.
We need to find the right helmet for your face shape. How do you feel about chest plates?
The crucial moment in history.
You don't think pink is too last season?
I'm afraid I'm not familiar with heirloomite fashion, which may suit our purposes just fine.
In which a fawn and a kid...
Would you like to try holding my spear instead?
Appreciate it, but I like my eye where it is. You know what we could use, though? A comb.
Find themselves in the mirror.
Gods above. Is that really me? I'm feeling so dashing.
And completely forget what they came to do.
You look like a different person.
I never knew you were a miracle worker, priestess.
You make miracles easy.
Oh, shut. Wait, what?
This has been so much fun! We should do it again sometime.
Yeah, we really oughta. What were we doing now?
Zhao and Ada finally finished parading up and down the shed and staggered out toward the yard.
Look! There's someone coming out! Where's the Yasif? We want to see him!
Is that a goat? With a yellow deer?
Dude, so are you. Well, I mean, you have different horns, so you're probably a different breed, but you're still yellow.
Good people of Earlham, we thank you kindly for your patience. I'm only here to deliver the word of...
Look, I'm not an animalologist, okay? Shush.
The famous Zhao, one of the very last true priestesses of Hirab himself. She who has braved the long journey through the steppes on a pilgrimage from the distant frozen lands of... Very far up north, where the ibexes live, I think. Now, I'm gonna shut up and let her do the talking now.
Zhao cleared her throat. It would still be a few moments until words dared to come out. She started speaking in Basiktet, soft and barely audible to the first row of guests. Ada looked at her, nodded to himself, and started relaying the message to the best of his abilities.
There's an old Baseksaran poem that has survived for generations in my hometown. Where the rivers of fate start, each soul its due receives. When the rivers thirst until mud runs dry, the sun still burns for our Jasif. Could anybody tell me how the first Jasif came to be?
Mutters, harumphs, and coughs. A few people raised their hands awkwardly.
The Barhans pray to the sun for protection and stuff?
Zhao smiled and nodded.
You may find this poem tells it a bit differently, though. When Hirab created Barhankind, he asked the master of the suns, Jasse, to guard his new creations while he took a nap. Our sun was so zealous about her job that she wouldn't let a cloud hover over Basekserat. During Hirab's rest, the kingdom became a desert. There was no food, no water. It was a calamity, some may say. And yet, the Barhans learned to survive and prosper, for all their enemies fell victim to the heat and lost themselves under the blinding light. We built a civilization of science thanks to the sun's watchful eye. It was after this that the Barhans started worshipping Jasse, and she became so revered that when Hirab returned, our ancestors asked him to bring the sun to Dakna so that they could thank her properly. Hirab agreed to remove Jasse from her heavenly duties for just one day, lending her the shape of her beloved, a chance to walk among her worshippers before she would have to return to the sky. In her day on Dakna, the sun shared food and drink with the Barhans, and she decided to honor them and make them kin. Blessed as she did, for her children were born onto the world, and she never forgot them. For each Jasif who rose, our sun would leave the skies once more to bless her children anew.
Zhao gripped the shaft of her spear and lifted it high in the air, so that the golden tip may shine under the last few glimmers in the horizon.
Today, we witnessed a new day without sun. Today, we welcome a new Jasif. We raise our heads and look at the sky with hearts full of pride and at each other, not as north and south, ibex and gazelle, but as Barhans. This is the start of a new era, of new blessings and tribulations we shall face. Pray to Hirab that the Jasif may grow strong. Pray so that all of us Barhans may call ourselves siblings again.
The audience exploded in cheers and exclamations, for both the Jasif and the priestess.
All right, give it up for Jiao! Woo! If you enjoyed this prayer, please don't forget to tell your friends and leave a donation at the offertory. Have a good night, everyone. Don't get caught roaming outside after curfew.
The spectators muttered among themselves. They were not yet satisfied.
May we see the Jasif?
Ada and Zhao exchanged a desperate look.
No, she's for real tired right now. After all the heavenly stuff she got to do today. Yep.
Your prayers shall keep us strong. Please, keep praying in whatever measure you can.
Donations! Don't forget the donations. Pour one out for the Queen of Queens.
The crowds dispersed at last, in the manner of those whose minds are filled with much to discuss after a lecture. As soon as they reached the forge, both Jiao and Ada collapsed to the ground like stringless puppets.
I think we did well.
Ada fixed his eye on the darkness waiting above the forge. He turned on his back and propped himself up on his elbows so as to sit on the ground.
Just well won't do.
Why are you talking like the Sierras now?
Much to her chagrin, Zhao agreed deep down. She got up, dusted herself, and wandered out of the forge to choose a few new books to skim over. Ada, for his part, started gathering every single plank, metal sheet, and loose piece of furniture he could find around the temple. Zhao only raised her head from the page when the hammering
Are
started.
you barricading the crematorium?
I don't know what that means, but, we gotta protect the Yasif and stuff from any possible peeping eyes. Yep, that's all. Ain't nothing else could want to hurt us out there. Nope.
I know that it's hypocritical of me to insist on this after everything, but you're in no condition to do physically demanding work, Ada. Why don't we leave that for another day?
I told you, I'm useless. I got no clues what to do or where to start. So I'm trying to focus on the few things I know I can do. Building up walls? Believe it or not, I could do that with my eye closed. But it's the same with you and praying. You're a natural, Miss Zhao.
The sun shines brighter on a liar than a coward.
Please, just have a sip of water.
Thank you.
Stop slouching.
I don't know what that means, but I'm sure I agree. You agree, Sep?
The flame burned languidly on the forge.
You must be bored out of your mind. Don't worry, love. We'll get you out of there in no time. Zhao's read like 1,000 books already.
I wonder if she's just gonna, get a new body? Reform the old one? Need to take a host? So many questions in my head. I'm sure they'll get answered eventually.
I do not have such skills. Please don't get her hopes up. What I have found so far is references to the shifting of shapes that some Jasif displayed at will. It's only been mentioned anecdotally in the accounts I've read so far, so I suppose it wasn't considered a cause for distress or even a show of skill for them.
Oh. So they could... the shapeshifters.
I don't intend any disrespect bringing this possibility up. It's merely my working theory. It could be that our sun is temporarily stuck in one of her forms, or even between them. Perhaps something is getting in the way of her powers.
Yeah, thought as much. It's my fault. I could have told you that.
Zhao observed in silence as Ada finished nailing impromptu boards to every last column. Then he grabbed his helmet and popped up his collar so high you may have thought he was trying to disguise a wholly different kind of mark.
Like what kind?
It's like...
No, I'm just messing with you. I pop my zits sometimes too.
Ew.
Heading out now. Gotta do some personal stuff. Look over Sep for me, yeah?
Will you be out long? I don't mean to rush you, but I'm still trying to fix my sleep schedule after the journey, and, I'm starting to run low on funds for food.
Zhao produced a coin purse and opened it, completely unprompted for Ada to peruse. Her idea of low funds involved 3 times more money than the average successful slum-dwelling thug could manage to mug in a week. Ada scratched the back of his head, accidentally knocking the helmet out of place. What was he even supposed to say in a situation like this? There was a chance he wouldn't be able to return at all.
If I'm not back by dinner time, there's a pantry with a bunch of potatoes near the back, under the tower. The key's inside the red and white plant pot to the left. Anyone asks,
You say you found out on your own. Okay, bye.
Okay, bye. The moon was absent from the sky that night. Not even a hint of the orange orb that drew the colours away from the dusk skies every night, leaving only the emptiness among the stars watching over Daknar. Who could be a better companion for the deer walking towards the market tonight than darkness itself? It kindly obscured the view of his hands and his limp as he clung onto his crook, walking with his back straight like an ironing board. It wasn't his first night outside after curfew, and it wouldn't be the last. He knew the right alleys to wander into and the proper way to shuffle past the guards patrolling the streets, but he wouldn't use them today. No, Stag didn't hesitate when he walked into the keep. He knew he was supposed to be there. He deserved to be. It was everyone else that needed convincing.
Good evening, kind of fellows.
No response from the guards lazily looking in his direction. Still, he must have done a decent job at walking like anyone but himself, for he wasn't stopped a single time on his way to Illigrab's office. And what for? He thought, I'm about to put everyone's necks on the line. Ada took a deep breath and pushed the tall doors in.
Illigrab, are you in there?
Regrettably, as it used to be the case, the tree man was nowhere to be found.
Darn it, turn it all to oblivion. He said he'd be here all day. Stupid metaphorsis.
Before Ada had a chance to curse any other literary resources, the metal gates creaked open once again.
Illigrab, are you in there?
Uh-oh. A muscular man with a bandaged head and the comparatively meek gazelle by his side strolled in, paying absolutely no heed to the yellow deer whose blood they had curdled into pudding.
Gods, how could a tree be this hard to find? He is a tree, damn it! Why does he even need an office if he never uses it? We should have him move to the garden. Wouldn't you be happier in the garden if you were a tree?
I don't believe I'm qualified to answer such a troubling question, sir.
Well, someone has to be! You, the deer over there, who are you? Are you the gardener? I don't recall authorizing Illigrab to hire any gardeners.
No, I am someone, of course. By ye gods, I am. But thou'th must not have heard of me. I am the one who is known as Adderson of the Upper Field?
Ada, you fucking idiot. Ada turned around very briefly to scream into his hands.
How dare you think me so foolish? Of course I have heard of you. Sir Upperfield! Forgive me for being so uncouth. I wasn't aware that we would have a distinguished guest among us tonight.
What? That worked? What? Roll the lucky 20.
Babbitt! Why wasn't I informed of this visit?
I would have had to be made aware of it first, sir.
No, it ain't like... My good sir, please spare your friend any unpleasantries. It's not his fault. I visited without announcing to speak to an old friend.
You were waiting for Illigrab? Ha! You would fare better trying to find the fabled thornless syllabum in the ridges of Beermacassin. If you've had the misfortune of making an appointment with that tree, you may as well consider your time lost.
Enjoy your nat 20, Ada. Be ready, because the downfall will be from a greater height.
Where did I leave my manners? Here you are wasting your precious time, and yet I laugh. My judgment must yet remain impaired after the dangerous battle I fought today. To think my demise could have arrived so suddenly, so dishonorably.
Ada puckered his cheek. He had thoughts he couldn't afford to think.
But enough about me. I noticed a certain foreign cadence as you spoke, Sir Upperfield. Whence may your accent be?
Oh, you got those dice. You got to roll them again, Ada. Gotta roll again.
Well, it may be right here at this moment, but its origins lie in your green and distant lands of Chantere.
Is that true? Then you may have met... No, it couldn't be. You're far too young.
It couldn't be. But it is, my friend. I know who you ask about, and I did know the late Lord Dumar well. I watched him fight many a battle against the moving forests. Your father gave me more than I'll ever be able to return.
Ada put a hand on Elbar's shoulder in a reassuring way. He only realized his mistake when the knight turned his face toward it. Fortunately for him, Sir Ascadath was entirely too moved to notice the extraordinary size of the hand patting him.
This is truly a fateful meeting! Oh, what a caring soul I found when I thought myself most alone! Forget the old shrub you came to see. Please, join me in my palace so that we may feign toast to our newfound friendship!
No! I couldn't possibly, sir. I got very hurried matters to discuss with Mr. Buntalos, and I've heard of the troubles you got yourself into with a fellow countryman of mine.
Right you are, my friend! I cannot afford myself any time to rest. Not until I find him! I know that wretched one-eyed scoundrel must have been involved in the fire today. A single look at his face is enough to... What sort of drivel am I spouting? Please, forgive my lack of decor. It's only his one-eyedness that is wretched. Yours extols your virtues and makes you seem all the mightier a warrior, Sir Upperfield.
All is forgiven except age, Sir Ascadath.
Such wisdom you hold in spite of your youth. But please, let me make amends with you all the same. I shall listen to your request in lieu of Illigrab, so that you may continue your business anon.
I'm afraid these words are for Mr. Buntalos' ear holes only.
Ah, yes. Secrets are the currency of us better born, are they not? I hope there shall come the day you may open your heart to me as well. I must insist, however, that it would not be wise for you to loll about waiting for the tree man. Go in peace, my friend. I shall let him know you wish to hear back from him.
Mighty grateful, Sir Ascadath. I will go and take my leave then.
Yes, yes. It's high time we all return to our duties. Bammit! Write Sir Upperfield's contact information and bring me my polish when you're done!
Ada and Bammit were left alone in Illigrab's ample office.
In case there was any doubt, you have not fooled me for a second, Sir Upperfield. I would like to believe Sir Ascadath may have seen through your deceit as well, were he not quite so intoxicated from the pain soothers resulting from your little run-in.
Oh, okay, so big head injury, and he's also off with the fairies on pain medication. All right.
Rest assured that I have no interest in dealing with the aftermath of this situation, so I would rather appreciate it if you could make yourself scarce and remain hard to find, for my sake and yours.
Yeah, I guess I live in the Temple of Hirab now.
Duly noted. I shall look for Sir Upperfield everywhere but there.
Hey, before I get, you wouldn't happen to see a red deer somewhere around here? About this big, horns bigger than my hands, always wears a hat.
If you are asking if I have seen such a deer in the dungeons, I most definitely haven't. If we were to speak about an honored guest residing in Sir Ascadath's quarters, on the other hand...
Oh yeah, I'm sure Bammit isn't paid enough to give a shit. He just wants to get through his day. Ada mouthed a silent, "Oh."
Well, that's one worry off my mind then. Thanks for everything, Mr. Bammit. See you never.
Have a good life.
Ada walked with as much of a spring in his step as he could afford given his condition. The fickle rush of adrenaline and self-satisfaction from the extremely rigged battle of wits with Ascadath soon came undone in the dark streets. The acute awareness that our false knight would not have survived any other kind of battle with a broken hand and a few fractured ribs followed him wherever he went. He tried to pick up the pace, only to realize he couldn't even run. Ada had been an anxious wreck for as long as he could remember. His threadbare nerves had done him much good in the city, and fear was certainly nothing new. But he'd always felt quite confident in his ability to run from every problem in his life. He'd never known horror quite like now. Every star seemed a pair of hungry eyes, every lantern a fire about to swallow the city whole. By the time Ada arrived at the temple, he'd been clenching his fists for so long that his dull hooves had managed to bruise his palms.
I'm back.
No response. Ada pushed the blanket he'd half-nailed to the doorway as a makeshift door to the forge, and made his way in. Zhao was nowhere to be found. This was enough to set Ada's brain into overdrive. A million possibilities pelted his insides, from the morbid to the mundane. He darted across the first floor, desperately looking for a hint of a whole new tragedy. Oh yeah, no, you're spot on with that. The Kift who is Zap Brannigan. Oh my gosh, that is perfect. Just as he was about to start screaming for the priestess, he found her tiny motionless body. He barely managed to choke down a sob as he caught her chest rising in a long sigh. Zhao was sleeping quietly in a corner of the long-abandoned kitchen, buried in a pile of books that had, at some point, collapsed over her. She didn't seem the slightest bit concerned about the dust and the dreadful amount of spiderwebs all around her. Her new clothes lay neatly folded over her lap, next to a small stack of raw potatoes clearly meant for her translator. Ada couldn't even afford the mental space to feel hungry anymore. Restlessness took it all. He looked around one last time, hoping to expel any creatures hiding in the rafters with a mean glance. Once half satisfied with his examination, he sought his peace in the gentle flame hiding inside the forge. The smell of rose and almonds in that cloyingly sweet perfume Sep always wore beckoned him. It made him feel at home.
Hey, Sep. I went out looking for Eelagrab, but guess what? I ran into Lord Snotty Snout instead. And whoo boy, Miss Rochelle sure did a number on him like you wouldn't believe. He was more hammered than his sword, talking to me all like, Sir Upperfield, my good friend, come drink with me in my palace. I says to him, I say, as if I'd rather drink my own
Ada looked back. There was a priestess just next door. He couldn't possibly say such a thing in front of a priestess.
So, yeah, big surprise. You were right all along. The second I clean up real nice, everyone's listening to me like I'm suddenly worth a damn. I know you never cared about any of that, but I'll let you get me all the clothes you want when you're back. I'll wear my finest for you every day. You can laugh at me and take them off and get me all tight.
Ada turned his head back again very quickly just to check if Zhao was still sleeping.
Anyway, I'll let you do whatever you want. Whatever makes you happy. I'm waiting for you. It will soon. I miss you.
Ada stayed up as long as he could, observing the flame in silence so as to not wake Zhao up. He lost the staring contest at some point. Voices plagued his dreams. The morning skies brushed over the darkness of the new moon, painting the world in bright hues of yellow and purple. Sunbeams delivered from Baitats into the forge through the narrowest crevices just to poke Ada right in his one eye. The axe-smith apprentice stretched his body, yowling in pain all the while. He clicked his tongue, scratched his tail, and turned his head toward the sound of bubbling water nearby. Ada made his way into the kitchen, where he encountered a goat quietly preparing some breakfast tea.
Morning.
Tuck, I take it you didn't go to bed either.
No, I just... Kinda crashed back there. By the way, if anyone asks, I'm Sir Upperfield now. You can still be Zhao. No worries.
And half of chat probably yawned as well. Zhao sent a strange look in his direction. She didn't have nearly enough tea in her body to start addressing that statement, so she just let it be.
It really pains me to say this, but I think I've hit a wall in my research.
Oh, crud, I hate hitting walls. Hey, you mind passing the tater plate?
Cost, you're exactly why I said half, because I know you'd respond like that. Zhao needed a moment to understand that Ada was talking about the potatoes in front of her. She pushed the plate in Ada's direction and planted an open book on the table between them.
I believe I have a good enough grasp of the underlying teachings behind the accounts I've read, but many interesting leads are buried under walls of alchemical texts that I can't make tails or heads of.
Darn, that's a whole lot of sep talk if I heard some. So much for being a mind reader, right?
After studying it with uncalled for attention, Ada popped an entire raw potato into his mouth as usual. As usual for Ada, I mean. Zhao was, perplexed at the sight.
I do not mean to look down upon your customs, Ada, but is it common in your land to eat potentially poisonous potatoes? Raw?
Yeah, no, I mean, back home, I was the one who handled the cooking, and then I went to Ford, and the cooks always handed out the rations, and then I figured out I ain't got no clue how food works, and a real nasty temper on the side, and...
You just assumed that preparing dishes would always be someone else's problem, and you prefer to get used to bad meals rather than do something about them yourself because it was too much work.
Manual breathing time. Ah, yes, and you are currently very aware of the position of your tongue in your mouth as well. And you're now realizing all your toes are touching each other. And blink manually while you're at it.
Couldn't have said it better myself.
You ingrate!
Huh?
What misery it must have been for our son to be wed to a riding slacker like you! You can't expect everyone to provide for you and then criticize their work!
I ain't even hitched!
Repent for all the delicious tubers you've wasted! Repent!
Before Ada even had time to open his mouth to apologize to the as-yet non-existent god of underground produce, Zhao pried his good hand open and placed a potato in it.
Wash that potato, peel it, cube it, boil it, bury the unpeeled ones under ashes, skewer those bits with a stick and roast them. Salt, salt, salt! You can't just let life carry your dead weight through the stream. Seize the chances you're given and make the best out of them.
Yes, chef.
Now eat. Eat while it's hot. How is it?
Very frothy.
That's the taste of agency. Remember it.
Oh, I do.
Oh.
Samwise Gamgee intensifies.
Thank you, Bird.
Of course you don't. You're used to the safety of your puny, tasteless raw potatoes of conformity. The taste of agency.
Zhao took a bite and cringed.
Is an acquired one.
So you just can't cook either, huh?
They had to learn on the way here.
Zhao and Ada sobbed quietly while they ate their over-salted potatoes.
What's all this ruckus in the morning?
Mr. Pertalk, sir! We were just cooking some breakfast.
Sack of gluttonous rakefires. Who paid for this meal?
I did?
A likely story.
The merchant felt his way around the kitchen with his cane, seemingly looking for something. The matter of Ada's expulsion, perhaps, as that seemed to have been misplaced somewhere in the night.
Would you like to join us, Sia?
No. I just thought I'd find my daughter loitering around with you.
The old man made to head back in the direction of the staircase. He raised an eyebrow toward the forge before he left.
Give that child something to eat, too. She must be starving.
Pertok left for his tower without another word. Ada stayed staring at the doorway for a while after his old master left.
Huh. That's different.
What is?
Mr. Pertalk, he's less... Never mind. I feel like he'll come back and scream at me if I say it.
Zhao didn't make an attempt to question him further. She made a little pile out of the cutlery and looked at the potato peels left on the dishes in a way that could only politely be described as utter disgust.
You think he meant getting her an actual tater? I don't think she would have accepted one of those alive.
What if we consecrate our devotion for the Jasif into the remains of our breakfast and hand it over?
You know, if you don't want to wash the dishes, you can just say that.
I'm sorry for scolding you about potatoes. Please get out of my mind.
Ada preemptively apologized to Sepp for the meager, unhoneyed meal he was about to foist on her and automatically headed towards his sacred dishwashing pool. Zhao followed him out a few minutes later, now fully dressed up. One look at her and it became clear that she was busy silently judging this blatant misuse of religious infrastructure, but she remained entirely too polite to bring it up.
So, you're not married to our son?
No, of course not. I ain't good enough for that. She was gonna marry someone else. Some moneybags with real big horns and a bigger chin, see? And don't even get me started on the size of his sword. Much more knightly than me, that one.
Ah, she honored him to be a knight too.
Nope, enough for like a trying, I'm sure. I mean, it don't even gotta be a knight either. She was definitely doing her best to honor Aina, if you catch my drift. Not a subtle one, my Sepp.
Sorry, Aina was, the daughter of the seer, yes?
Yep, that's my boss.
The giant lady is the seer's daughter?
What? No, that's... I mean, yeah, I guess she counts. Look, Eka may be my boss, but she ain't my boss. That'd be Aina. She's my teacher, my friend, and the strongest gal in all Dakana. If she was here, she'd fix everything in one punch.
Oh, Aina. I miss her.
She's just gone for now.
Ada poured all of his energy into brushing the dish he was holding. In his mind, weeks had already passed since that last heart-to-heart he had with Aina in that exact same spot. But in reality, it had only been a few days.
First Aina, then Sepp, Goff too, I guess. I'll be damned if I can count on Eligrab or the patron for anything. Darn. With so many friends dropping left and right, I'm starting to believe I'm the one who's cursed.
Zhao looked askance at Ada, racking her brain for the right adage for the moment.
It sounds like you're dealing with a lot right now.
Nah, I'm fine.
Without another word, Zhao took one of the dishes from the pile and started brushing it as well. Her face made it clear she'd rather be brushing thistles.
I don't believe I have the power to help in any meaningful way, but sorry, I don't know if this is considered proper in Akathor, but I could offer you a hug, if that'll make you feel better.
Ada stared at her, dumbfounded. A moment later, both dishes went flying in the air as the tiny goat was nearly crushed to death.
Joe! You didn't need to... You're the nicest person I've met in my life, and I would fornicate anyone for you!
Narrator's note. He thinks fornicate means to stab with a fork.
I appreciate that. Please don't get snot on my good robes.
Yeah, sorry. What'd you dress up for today anyway? Fancy him that much?
The congregation is growing fast, and we need to be ready to share the morning prayers with them.
Right, yeah.
Ada gave her a moment to tell him exactly what he'd read in her head. Zhao hid her blushing face in her hands.
And I want to make sure I look good in front of your boss in case she drops by.
Gotta look good for giant woman.
Anything for your holiness?
What Zhao failed to mention as she led Ada to the roof over the colonnade he'd walled off is that where there had been merely 50 people the day before, there were now a couple hundred.
What the? That
There she is, our Jasif!
No, Ishcap, that's just a goat!
Priestess Zhao, show us the Jasif!
Zhao, what is this?
The congregation of Hirub! They came back, inspired by our devotion!
That they are! No, for real. These folks should be working right now. You know what this is, right?
Followers of Hirub, yes? I'm sorry, something might be getting lost in translation. What am I supposed to be looking at?
I've been wondering for a while now if the narrator is Hirub.
Nothing. I'm sure this is just one of those thoughts rattling in my brain Sep would have had some words for. But still, don't get started just yet. Let me get a lay of the land first.
Ada, who, by virtue of having gone from farmer to soldier to wanted criminal, had lived through all sorts of revolts, mutinies, and riots, wouldn't have dared call a religious get-together for oppressed minorities any alarming words.
Not out loud, in a company that may have opinions about it.
He was closely acquainted, nevertheless, with the consequences that tended to happen to any get-togethers that escalated past a small nuisance in the eyes of the law. In the matter of crowds, emotions made all the difference. A few hundred angry people? That's a mob, and they fade with their fury. A few hundred scared people? That's a calamity. They'll get it together once they're safe. But a few hundred Barhan cheering for a glimpse of the culture they once shared? That was no fleeting emotion. Joy was too powerful a tool to ignore for the kingdom that wanted to silence it.
That's not what Ada was thinking, is it?
No, I'm sure Ada wasn't thinking anything quite so vehement back then. These are still words he said to me once, nonetheless, that he remembered the joy of the crowd, decades past, more than the anger and fear, that it made all the difference in keeping their hearts alight with pride through their struggles. I thought you'd rather hear that.
Thank you.
Ada snuck out of the temple through the back entrance to the library and staggered around a corner to head to the yard. Whatever it was he was pondering upon as he nervously scurried among the crowd in his nightly disguise, it soon came to a halt as his eyes zoned in on a couple of gazelles that looked extremely familiar.
I told you, Kyubsop! That had to be the Yasif!
And I already told you that was no Yasif. I was just a delusional kid.
Oh, yes, we get thrown into a cell after a kid wanders down the desert rose claiming to be our son, and 10 years later the place goes down in flames? Matnetop!
Matnet S? It's called a coincidence.
I wonder if Madnet Tap and Madnet S is basically saying, is two, is not. Yaha, nuh-uh.
Gods, I really hope we get to see the Yasif soon, just so she can make you eat your words.
At least they'd be giving us something to eat then. Where's the fruit we were promised?
Hey, I know you!
You do?
I mean, I don't know you, but I know the Yasif, and the Yasif knew you.
What's with this guy? It's a really half-hearted scam.
Bet you Adoru that's not even what this thick skull's trying. Sodding weirdos.
So, you say you know us, do you? What an honor it is to be recognized by an envoy from the Yasif! Just to make sure you're not getting the wrong gazelles here. What's my friend's name?
Wait, I got this. There was a weird word. You're the only one here, and, not! No, Dutch, Ner?
No, that's not it.
It was close though, right? Hold on. Maybe I'm just saying it wrong. Let me try again. I'm sure I can remember.
Look, buddy, I know what's going on. Saw these gazelles together and thought you'd say you're friends with the Yasif to see if they let you bite some horns. Well, we're not into that. Get lost.
Did I actually get it wrong, or are both of those wrong?
You're the only something here. Noof?
That's right!
Yeah, okay.
How did you?
It looks like a T, okay? In this font, that looks like a T to me, not an F.
That proves nothing!
He could have just been spying on our conversation. Tell me your full name.
It's been 10 years. How is the Yassi supposed to know that sort of keptat?
She's the Yassif. She should know everything.
I mean, she's got a whole darn lot in her head, all right, but that ain't really how that works.
What would you know?
Don't be like that. Yatsuribe are practically gazelles, right? Didn't you have a yellow deer in your extended family or something?
A crazy old bag is what she was. Just a hornless gazelle with a big snout. That doesn't make her a doe. Hey, you tour. You ever hear a deer call themselves Badhan?
No, but,
Didn't think so. Run along now before the Asif starts missing her dear friend.
Ada merely bowed his head and marched back inside, far more deflated than before.
Did you have a good lie on the land?
The land? Oh, no.
Don't think that
was just a way
choice
of
would have made a
talking.
difference,
You
really.
really thought I needed to go lie down on the dirt or something?
I thought it was some spiritual thing. A strategic positioning? Maybe you wanted to plant something? I don't know anything about heirloomite customs.
Yeah, you don't know anything and I don't know nothing. What the hell are either of us doing here?
Our best.
Well, the narrator also implies they're immortal multiple times. Geoff has certainly not. Ada's mouth hung open for a few seconds.
That's nice and all, but our best ain't good enough. They're not here to hear thoughts and prayers. They're gonna want a whole lot of things. It's all stuff we can't give them.
Ada retreated away from the roof, speaking of, followed by the priestess worriedly accompanying him to the entrance. He took his helmet off one last time to look her in the eye.
We can't do this alone, Chow. We're in way above our heads.
That's what I've been saying all along.
Hugh Geoff strumming absent-mindedly at his oud, producing a sound that could be best described as the wail of the dying.
Geoff! What the? Bring it in, you little backstabber! I can't believe I'm still happy to see you.
I wish I could say the same! I really hoped I would never have to see your face again! Ugh! How many times do you need to get your tush saved in a week?
Saved? I should be the one saying that, you traitor! Didn't you get yourself arrested or something? At Lord Snotty Snout's palace? How did you even find us?
I was arrested! And by all technicalities, I still am. I was just about ready to walk out of the city with a small fortune and missing family heirlooms when Elbar's steward kindly informed me that a certain Sir Upperfield had been inquiring about me. I was moved by the thought of you infiltrating the guards' keep, hoping to rescue me, even after all the misfortunes keeping us away from each other.
After betraying me, you mean?
Mistakes were made on both sides in the heat of the moment, yes! What does that matter now? I still ran all the way here to find you. But what I find is that not content with getting almost executed once and almost getting captured twice, my dear knight in the making set out to become an agitator trying to start a riot!
No, it's all Miss Priestess here with her moving speeches. You should listen to the things she's actually saying. I'm doing a crap job translating for her.
I'm not sure where you got the impression any of that was meant in a positive way.
Course it was. I mean what I said. You speak real pretty.
Adder, ladder, poorly stacked pile of acrimony. You know I love you from the bottom of this wretched heart, so I'm going to say this as nicely as I can. Have you forgotten what's coming to us? Put those ridiculous clothes back where you found them and go get my sister before I drag you two out of the city by the tail!
That ain't gonna be easy now, Bard.
I don't care how heavy her rear is. Tell her that if she doesn't walk out on her own 2 feet, I'll have Elbar roll her all the way up to the gates!
Why don't you tell her yourself?
Oh, we're just gonna show him? Alright. Geoff stared at the fire with an unreadable expression.
Mind giving us a moment?
Zhao nodded and turned around the threshold, allowing the fake bard and the fake knight some level of fake privacy. A staring contest, just for Geoff and what remained of his sister. Ada didn't dare make a single sound, incapable of imagining what he'd feel in Geoff's shoes. Worse yet, if anything happened to his little brothers, Ada would have no way to know. No way to do anything about it, even if he knew. All he could do was urge those thoughts out of his mind time and time again. Unaware of the silent turmoil he'd stirred within our protagonist, Geoff finally sunk his fingers into his own jowls and gurgled out some kind of annoyed squeak.
Not this again! Ugh!
Oh, it's happened before. Geoff threw his foot back, kicked the forge, and then squawked out a pained scream.
Say what? Hold on. This ain't the first time this has happened then?
Were that it was! What kingdom wouldn't love a queen so hot-headed that she bursts into flames the moment she gets a little stressed?
Listen here, Bard.
No, you listen! What did you do to her?
What did I do? I got her out of the house. She coalized and brought her ashes here. That's what.
That's all? How in the name of the Hatsa could that be all? She was perfectly fine yesterday. Escaping from some guards wouldn't make her do this. Not even the beasts. It has to be you! She didn't step out of line once in 10 years, and then you show up and...
She wasn't fine.
Geoff opened his mouth to reply, but no words came out.
Did she tell you that?
No. I loved her enough to know.
Pretending to throw up was puerile on Geoff's part, yes, but understandable as far as I'm concerned.
Yes, well, all the good that did. Your shoulder tattoos were nothing but a foretaste. And seeing her new luxury accommodations, I guess not even Pertok could save her this time.
He ain't even tried. Said something like, he knew this would happen and couldn't be bothered to help.
Of course! We were all counting the days and the hours before Queen Oma Septut the Incendiary would finally snap and burn the whole palace to the ground.
And that seemed fine to you?
Well, excuse me for not sharing your savior complex. I had more than enough on my plate back then, all right? Ral was the one who handled it. We should just fetch her and have her convince Pertok to do something again.
Geoff looked at Ada, suddenly struck by a realization.
Because she made it out, right?
I don't know. I didn't... Talon said...
Talon was there too?
Yes, it was! You almost got us killed, Geoff! You think about that for a second? The people get hurt by all the crap you pull on us?
She's the one who torched the Desert Rose, you thick skull! Not me!
No! Y'all just gave her the oil and the wine! No wonder she ended up like she did, having to put up with you and your entire goddamn family all along!
Ada finally seemed to run out of words to scream. His head felt hot and cold at the same time, and every last breath came out as a pant.
Everything all right?
Ada shook his head. Then he nodded. He muttered an "I'm fine" that didn't even come close to sounding like Cernar. Geoff, who decided to limit himself to silently observing the forge after the verbal beatdown, finally spoke again.
So, how do we put her back?
Was kinda hoping you'd know that.
What? Why would you think I know the last thing about any of this godly tripe? You need the help of a wizard, not a bard! Anyone who speaks this nonsense!
You're not a College of Law bard, then? Shame.
I agree. Which is why Zhao's been working her horns off trying to figure out a way to solve this. So why we're gonna come out there and keep on praying to the masses. Because we all want to help your sister get good. Now, if we're done here...
College of Law. Oh.
What do you mean if we're done? Of course I'm not done! You don't get to say when we're done! We'll be done talking when I...
Stop! More shouts fixing this. The people out carry waiting much and they want to hear. It will be bad that they listen.
What in the name of the Hatsa was that gibberish?
Miss Zhao is kindly telling you to stop being a tailhole and go figure out something useful to do. We got a speech to give.
You're going to rile a crowd further while my sister is in this state? Who will look after her?
There you go. You're playing fire sitter for the day. All good now, Zhao.
Hey, come back here this instant, you cretin! Don't think you can talk to me like that just because you're wearing a helmet! Adder!
Does everyone in Heirloom scream all the time?
Mostly.
You know what? I'm starting to think I'm just kind of crap at choosing friends.
Oh.
Good morning, Zales and Zales! Thank you kindly for your patience while we got everything sorted out up here.
So great to see so many folk gather around for their daily prayers. Y'all making me feel all saintly here.
Someone kindly hooted for Ada in the multitude, but that was all the reaction he got.
Right, it ain't me you've come to see. You know this, I know this. Give it up for the one, the magnificent, the only hero priestess and heirloom, Jow!
Ada shook his hands dramatically under his sleeves as he scurried back to let Zhao walk to the edge. Zhao waved her hand awkwardly and smiled at the crowd below.
I am so very pleased to see how much the congregation has grown overnight. The fervor of our ancestors shines with you all today.
Woo, priestess! Lead the way to revolution, priestess!
Lead, what? Sorry?
Well, are we trying to incite a civil war here? Or?
Priestess! We're so sorry to interrupt your holy duties. Can we ask you a question before the speech?
Of course.
It's less of a question and more of a complaint. Some of us are still trying to decide if we really want to ditch our jobs and get dragged into your little scam. We're not going to solve anything just by standing about. What's the big idea here?
There's no big idea. I simply wanted to pray.
What? That's not what she said yesterday!
You sure you translated that right? She said we had to come together for a new tomorrow!
Well, yes, but I was speaking about an abstract concept. The schism between Barhans in Akator and the Barhans in exile.
The goats, you mean?
Zhao bit her lip. Ada was already fretting by her side before she started balling her fists, but she merely took a deep breath and continued.
We Barhan of the North know what we are. We take pride in the knowledge that we are protectors of the past. None of us were there to witness it, but 4 centuries later, some still scorn those that took refuge in Akator after the fall of Basaksaret. We pride ourselves in submitting to the throes of fate. We chose the harshness of the eternal winter and exchanged one desert for another. It's hard to see past the resentment looking at the abundance southern Barhans live in.
What abundance! I get nothing but leftovers for dinner!
You get leftovers? I'm lucky if I can scrape together one meal after working all day in the salt marsh.
Excuse me? Aren't your houses feeding you?
Oh, look, there's the house service again, thinking they're talking for everyone. Some of us have real jobs.
And we don't? I work my ass off every day of my life.
You get fed for looking pretty in front of your master's dear friends. Shut up!
Zhao cast a desperate glance over the multitude arguing against itself. She tried to grasp towards them, only to immediately pull back.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry for not understanding your hearts. I'm sorry that, having been so focused on the past, I refused to look at the present. I tried to school you in unity without ever having considered the challenges that set us apart. I know gazelles to have been raised in all but subservience, second to deer in Akator. And perhaps, deep down, I may have felt like you deserved it too.
Ada's legs turned to jelly as he translated these last few words. But he held firmly to his belief on Zhao to trudge through them.
Please, let me learn from all of you. I am not here to teach you. I am your pupil. I will listen without judgment, and I will give everything I have to serve you through clear and cloudy skies. And when our Jasif wakes up, when she is ready to return, I want her to look at a community that has welcomed their own differences and is ready to look at that new tomorrow where we walk together. We have spent so long separated that we have forgotten what we once knew. We are all children of Hirub. We carry the sun with us wherever we go. We are each tiny seed that grows tall towards the sun into an impenetrable forest. Like shards of a broken mirror, once beautiful, now only sharp and hurtful. We still reflect the same light. All we need is the frame that'll bring us together.
Zhao raised a hand to stop Ada from translating her. She took a step toward the edge and exclaimed in Cernar.
Today, we make friends again. We share tea and salt. Know each other like brother.
The multitude stayed quiet for a few seconds. Then someone shouted,
I'm gonna get some cups, priestess!
I work at a trade house. I'll bring the leaves.
I live close by. I can get some cauldrons.
Valerie.
Hey, let's bring some pastry
Water.
since we're at it.
Thank
Stop slouching.
I'm sure they won't miss them in my house.
The Bahan congregation poured out of the temple, seemingly reaching a conclusion of their own. As for the speaker herself, Zhao had to be held together as Ada and her tottered downstairs. She looked like she was about to fall on her face and dig herself a hole in the ground with her horns.
Why are they leaving? I thought it was a decent speech. For an amateur.
Oh my gosh, Burbif. You're still alive. Ada's head nearly spun around on his neck. He had to confirm that the voice belonged, in fact, to the living, conscious, blonde fallow deer he most dreaded to see.
Burbif? Ada! So you were the translator,
Oh,
as
no.
I suspected. It's good to meet you again, friend. I'm very glad to see you're keeping your head. Pun intended.
Ada raised one of his massive hands in the air, ready to detach Burbif's skull from his neck. One quick look back at Zhao and the thought of the ensuing explanation that would need to follow made him wrap his hand against the older man's shoulders instead.
Hey, pal! Mind following me inside for a bit?
But I haven't even had the time to introduce myself to your little friend here. Tasakimat, good miss. I haven't had many chances to converse with native speakers since I left Corbusui.
Yes, Sagmamat. Thank you for being so accommodating. The fallow deer I traveled with couldn't speak much Pasaktit at all. Mr. Barbaith, yes? My name is Tuap Natirjao, but...
Oh, linguistic shift at its finest. I believe what you meant to say was through AppNet.
He's trying to correct her on her own name? Ada choked Burbif with the inside of his arm.
Inside. Now.
Okay.
I'll spare you the details that led to Burbif being tied on a chair in front of 3 people inside the inner sanctum.
I say we return him where he came from.
Straight to his maker.
No, you dimwit! We can use him for leverage with his brother.
I'm not very sure what's going on, but is the gag really necessary?
It's for his own safety. Trust me. Kinda wish I'd get the same treatment every so often.
I'm sure you do.
I feel bad for him. I'm going to take it off.
Oh.
Gentlemen, please! There's no need for such dramatic measures. I come in peace.
Come to piece us off?
I understand your anger, Ada. I do. I've been pondering over the outcome of my recent interactions with you and your friends, and through my many bruises, I have come to a conclusion. I have yet to walk a long, arduous path of self-improvement. That's why I decided to join the revolution!
What?
The what now?
The Bahan Revolution, you see. The name Bahan Rebellion was never used contemporarily. It is an awful misnomer created by the Akine historians, of course, which seems to imply that the Jasif once paid tribute to King Isifik when they did not. We are witnessing a new chapter in the history of Basaksarat, live, in hard times! A religiously motivated strike! And it is my duty as an expert in all Barhan matters to teach the current generation of uncultured gazelles how to...
Put it back on. There you go. Zhao gently put the gag back where it was. Good girl.
I say we throw him in the well.
You think we could get a better deal on him if we smear some blood on his ransom letter?
For the time being, Ada opted to lock Burbif in and keep the key. It seemed like nobody felt particularly in the mood to have lunch that day, but sourest of all was Zhao, quietly brooding on the patio.
Hey, priestess, you all right? I don't mean to stick my nose in your business, but,
you sounded a bit less nice than usual back there.
I don't think it could be physically possible for me to be any nicer around that deer, but I hear what you're saying. All that talk about revolution left me a bit rattled, and I suppose that I'm still hung up on what you said earlier.
No, I'm so sorry for snapping at you like that. It wasn't your fault, okay? I'm not used to this sort of pressure, and there's a lot on the line right now, and...
I know.
No, sorry, but you really don't know the half of it. I mean, of course, you know, everyone's looking up to you. It's just that, I promise I'm doing my best to keep y'all safe. I can't afford to make any wrong choices.
I hold no doubt in my heart that you are doing plenty, but it's an effort you shouldn't need to make. It's my responsibility to take care of everyone here, not yours.
I know that, and it ain't like I don't trust you. I owe you my life. It's just...
Stop, please. You don't need to reassure me, Ada. I know I'm not very useful. You'll all trust me when I've proved to be trustworthy.
No, that ain't it. I swear. I'm the one who...
Ada stopped walking. He didn't really know what to say, nor what good would it be to say anything else on a matter he wasn't allowed to speak of. Zhao left without saying bye.
Sheesh! What crawled up her tail?
Geoff, do you want to get killed? Because we can arrange that.
What? Is this the gratitude I deserve for siding with you?
I just need you to understand, real fast, that I'm gonna kill you dead if you say one more thing about Miss Zhao.
Fine! Go frolic with your replacement best friend! But don't come running back to me when the gazelles tire of you!
With that, Geoff stomped away as well. Ada just sighed to himself. Not 20 minutes later, just a little before curfew, the strangest noise ambled into the forge. Ada's ears perked up and turned from side to side, trying to identify the source. Incoming fanfare seeping into the yard from a huge crowd. Ada left the forge, curious and terrified to see what the ruckus was all about. And so he found himself in the middle of an even larger impromptu party in the courtyard of the previously abandoned Temple of Hirab. Know each other like brother was being chanted teasingly as the barhands shared dinner from the same plate and tea from the same cauldron, rather than from the same cup, as Zhao had implied. Ada stretched out his neck, trying to find a tiny priestess over the throng. He found her doing the same, and so their eyes finally met. After a short, tense moment, Zhao shrugged. Ada shrugged back. So she went and happily joined the nearest group in their merrymaking. Feeling thoroughly out of place, and not a single bit eager to find excuses to welcome himself, Ada tried to sneak away and return to his self-imposed patrol duties.
Oh, hey! It's the translator! Hey, Yatur! Come drink with us! Like brother!
Ada, who had a record of having about as much spine as a squid when it came to rejecting invitations, immediately acquiesced and sat down, ignoring everything we just wrote. A casual round of introductions and compliments about the tea later, they turned back to the boy quietly stuffing his face.
Mr. Translator, tell Miss Priestess that she's doing great. And you too. I heard Basektet is really hard. Who taught you?
You know, I got a talent for languages, I suppose.
You know, my mother still spoke it fluently.
No way!
Merchant's word. I'm sure it was half radish stew, though. That's what you say in Chantheray, right? Pa came up from Garethke. Oh, you had this saying he loved. Zells and Rose, 3 drinks for 2 woes?
Oh, boy, I hadn't heard that one in a while.
What? That's not a thing! If anything, we have a fame for being teetotalers.
I mean, where are we supposed to drink ourselves to death if half the barkeeps glare us away?
Ada's thoughts wandered back to his memories of Sep, always drinking in the loneliness of her room, and then to Geoff, drunk whenever he could help it. He never considered once there could be a reason for it.
Hey, so, I got this friend, yeah? She's a gazelle with enough money to buy a tavern or two. Deer wouldn't just turn away someone like that, right?
Rich folk are welcome no matter where they go.
I guess if she looked fancy enough.
Money is money, and money makes the world go round.
What are you all saying? You really think deer are going to think of you nicely just because you have some coin? No! You're a gazelle with coin. You run out of money, and you're back to being a gazelle.
Wealth and power are only secondary to the perception others have of us. And this superficial influence is conditional to what the oppressing ruling class considers non-threatening.
My brain no good.
The ruling class only exists to pit the
I mean, I
masses
agree,
against each
but, like-
other.
In order to distract us from our shared plight!
I wholly agree, but you're using big words. Everyone in the group stared at Akiki in stunned silence.
That's enough tea for you.
And speaking of beverages, there walked a goat with a cup on her hand and a certain telling wobble. Ada excused himself from the group and headed towards her.
You all right there, ma'am?
The tea was heavily blessed.
Oh, yeah, there's definitely more leaves in some of these cauldrons. Want me to fetch you some water from the well or something?
No, I'm fine. It brought back memories of the journey here. The merchants called this mix a warm blanket. It was the only way some of them would sleep when we were camping in the open.
I mean, I agree with the guy. Because, like, yeah, down with capitalism and all this shit. But, like, I have a fair few leftist friends who use a lot of big words. And it's like, I'm just smiling and nodding most of the time. It's like, I agree with the general idea, but could you use a few less syllables, please? I'm not that smart. I just don't like rich people.
That don't sound very safe.
Of course it was safe. I kept watch for them.
Where?
Really now? Good for you. Keeping watch is real hard. Everyone thinks staying awake is the tricky part, but it's the boredom, right? Doing the same day after day and nothing happens really gets to you. You know what I'm saying?
I think staying awake was more than enough challenge for me. I'm not really a nightly person, or a coffee one. I was drinking 10 or 12 cups of tea, unadulterated tea, every evening just to keep my eyes open.
Divine beeswax. No wonder you're so jumpy all the time.
Well, what's your excuse then?
That I'm a thick skull?
That's your excuse for everything.
Sheesh, Jow. You're a mean drunk.
Well, yes, I'm a Barhan warrior. I have my moments.
The warrior priestess caravan guard moments?
So I have my spear, right? And my shield too. And anytime anyone looked the merchants wrong, I'd strike a pose like kapow!
Zhao's demonstration had Ada laughing so hard that he almost fell to the floor. Our protagonist was about to intervene with his own grand illusions when he felt the tip of something sharp getting dragged across the back of his neck and down his sash. He immediately turned his head back looking for the thief trying to get their hands on his purse, only to find himself punched across the face by a tiny fist.
No, Ada! I'm so sorry. I wasn't aiming for you. I didn't mean to hit you.
No, it's all right. I think the tea was getting in my head just now. So, thanks for whacking some sense into me. I'm gonna go take it easy for a while.
Ada hobbled back towards the first floor. His staff was firmly clasped between his fingers. He'd seen a pair of glowing eyes in the darkness when he got punched back. He was sure of it. But all he found in the forge was Geoff snoring dutifully in front of his absent sister.
Bard! Hey, Bard, wake up! It's time to change shifts. There's a party going on down there, and I feel like they're missing a little something.
Oh, don't give them his music. It sucks.
Their common sense, maybe?
Ada needn't do more than frown.
Fine. I'll go play for the gazelles. Maybe that'll make them go away faster.
Keep an eye out for Miss Zhao while you're at it. She ain't all that used to crowds, and she got more money than caution.
You should have started there.
Ada mentally apologized to Zhao for the trouble he had willingly unleashed upon her. After confirming that he was indeed alone, Ada took a deep breath. Then he addressed the ceiling.
Boss, you round?
I'm always around for you, Bones. Even when you try to keep me away.
The creature that dropped down from the rafters was not the boss that Ada was hoping to see, but it was the one he expected nonetheless.
You looked like you were having a great time chatting down at the party. I wish you'd be that sociable with us.
Yeah, well, I hear I don't open up easily.
I could prove you wrong.
Eka dragged a single claw down Ada's arm, raising the skin under his fur. Like she hadn't just made such a fret, Eka proceeded to casually sit down on Ada's makeshift bed and pat the space by her side, making plenty of room for him to join her.
Is that your army? Do you plan to fight us?
They're not an army. Or at least, they ain't here to fight you.
Who will they fight, then?
No one, I hope.
You hope?
I guess they'll fight deer if we end up giving them reasons to.
Eka hummed under her breath.
Will they fight you too?
I don't know. I don't care about any of that. I ain't got a snail in this race. I'm just waiting to...
Ada's eye darted toward the forge. Eka followed his line of sight, finding nothing but a little flame.
To see Aina again.
Eka's sharp pupils turned back towards Ada once more, seizing him up on the spot.
All right, I'll get you, Aina.
Say what?
I like the crew you
Wait,
hang
really?
out with, Bones. The enemies of my enemies are my allies. Unless they're my enemies too, I guess. But let's not think about that tonight.
Eka circled Ada, posing her knobbly clawed hands over his shoulders.
Your friends are being a wonderful distraction for our purposes. My crew tells me the guard is in such a state of disarray that they hardly notice our presence. That's why I'd like to cede you Aina, to help with any ruminant-related issues that may appear. I'll arrange for her to return to her direct duties overseeing the temple from now on. Consider it a small reward for being such a good, if hard-to-train, pup.
Awoo! Eka howled at the wind, letting the sharp sound resonate all over the city. Several other howls soon joined after it, barely audible over the party.
There. She'll receive her new orders soon.
Thank you for the follow. Hope you're enjoying the stream.
Thank you.
Thank you for thanking me, pup. But I wasn't the one keeping her from you in the first place. I can't promise I'll be able to keep this arrangement forever, but I'll try. Be nice to me, and I will be nice to you. This is a promise to our continued relationship.
Eka jumped against one of the barred walls and then back to the ceiling.
Did anyone bring cake?
I don't think they did, no.
That's a shame. I tried to ask about it, but apparently I don't have enough money to buy this Chanthurian delicacy, as they called it. It would seem pieces of cake are harder to come by than you made it sound.
I guess I could always make one?
You can do that?
A glimpse of a future involving cakes made by his hand crossed Ada's mind, of Sep brimming with pride as she savoured her new cook's work, of him eating all the cake he could ever possibly want.
Ah, yes! Thus starts our alternate universe recipe book / cooking romance adventure, The Chef of the Upperfield!
God damn it, Len. You mean Ada Sind of the Upper Kitchen?
I mean, I want some cake too.
I could learn how to bake some stuff, but I ain't got no tools, and I hardly got the time to be leaving the temple.
Yeah, fair point. We'll figure out something next time.
You trusted to bake a cake after he can't even salt a potato. Ada's chest only started filling with air again as he watched Eka scuttling out through the ceiling. She let her body hang upside down one last time.
Oh, I almost forgot. Thanks for the deer snack. It was delicious.
What? The stag's face went pale. He barely managed to wait for Eka's tail to disappear before darting out to find the prisoner that had so easily slipped out of his mind and the key that had vanished from his purse. Ada ran all the way back to the inner sanctum. The door opened under his hands with a soft push. And I'm very tempted to wrap up there, but I would be putting myself on this cliffhanger too, so I'm not going to. Oh, he's fine. Burbiff still remained inside, unharmed, like he prayed. No longer tied, however.
Well, well, look who it is now.
Who took these off you?
A gargantuan doe in a hat! I
Doe,
think.
right.
All I had to go by was her voice. She took my glasses off and poked me with a skewered potato before releasing me.
Deer Snick. Oh, of course, a snack for deer. Eka was just messing with him. Ada took a hand to his face and sighed in relief. It didn't last long.
I'm sorry. I shouldn't have left you alone.
It is sometimes really funny to leave you on massive cliffhangers, though. It's really funny.
Why, yes! You really shouldn't have. I'm an invaluable asset to the cause, donating my time and knowledge for the sake of it.
Listen, Bearbeth, from one thick skull who don't know when to shut up to another. Despite everything you've done,
There is no cliff to hang off of anymore, Cos.
I know you mean well. I want to believe you ain't a bad guy. For real. You've been a hair's width away from getting me killed a couple of times now. But I know that wasn't really what you were going for. You mess up, and you apologize, and you make up for it. That's what a good buck does.
Burbiff silently shimmied with pride that Ada wouldn't afford him.
However, what you were going for makes no difference in the end. You keep talking down to these folk, any folk, and then when someone finally snaps and comes at you, it's them that gets in trouble because justice wasn't made for us.
Justice isn't made, it's a social contract.
That don't matter now. See? You're so convinced whatever you're gonna say is so important that you can't hear a thing outside your own noggin.
Why?
Or maybe your ears are just so stuffed with Papa's gold that no one ever dared tell you to your face you could be a massive, goddamned creep.
True.
What do my family assets have to do with any of this? I don't care about the money or the privilege. It's not my fault I was born with them. What matters is how I use them. And I feel just as strongly about justice as you do. All I ask in exchange for helping is the gratitude of those I help. What's wrong with wanting that much?
So you ain't doing this for nothing in the end. You're here to hear what a good buck you are. What if no one says that? You gonna turn us in?
Of course not! I have come here because I believe this is right.
Then do right.
Burbiff sighed. He let himself fall back into the chair, rubbing his forehead to try and keep an incipient migraine away.
How many more ways can a man apologize, Ada? I truly wish I could do anything else to show I mean it.
I don't know. I kind of stink at apologizing for all the times I gotta do it too. But the one thing I can tell you is that ain't nothing much in this world that words alone can fix. Pa always said that talk is cheap, and if sorry costs a doru, nobody'd ever say the word. Now, I don't think that's 100% right. If you never say you're sorry, how is anyone supposed to know you regret anything at all? But it ain't no cure-all fix-all to get you out of hot water when the deed is done. Sometimes, the right thing to do is shut up and listen to show you care. Others, you gotta get and leave them space to forgive you. And the rest, they may just want to hurt you back for the rest of time. You just gotta try to do right by them. Because you can't just tell folks they gotta forgive you. You don't get to choose who wants you back after failing them. Some mistakes can never be undone.
Ada took a hand to his missing eye.
I'm here giving you a chance because I'm not even brave enough to tell you what I'm making it up to you for. I don't want you to spend the rest of your life apologizing too.
Burbiff steepled his fingers over his lap. He hesitated to look Ada straight in the eye, but he still went above and beyond to try at least to look at him in the nose.
I'm sorry for all the trouble I must have caused you. I'll be more careful with what I say and do. I want to help. You are very interesting people, and I want to be friends with all of you.
Good. You've already apologized to me. I can't forgive you for everyone else.
Yes, of course. Where's Elbar's kitchen maid? I'm sure I have a lot of apologizing to do for whatever I said to make her so uncomfortable after the trial.
Elbar's kitchen maid?
The realization hit Ada like a cart running downhill. He nearly broke his jaw gaping at Burbiff so hard.
You remember Sip?
How could I forget? My face still feels hot where she slapped me.
Sure enough, right at the edge of his cheekbone, there was a bit of singed hair.
You, with me, now!
Wait, was he supposed to have forgotten? After an intense race across the temple, which neither Deer's body was prepared to handle, they made it to the forge. Ada had to put together quite the situation brief to alleviate Burbiff's confusion and reduce the possibilities of him getting slapped to the ground again should Sepp come back anytime soon. Oh no, yeah, he probably should have forgotten. Because it has been a couple days, I completely forgot. No, I just lost track of the passage of time in the game. I know it's the curse. I know I am fully aware of the curse. I just lost track of time. I read that.
Oh, gods above! It can't be!
Shh! Keep your voice down. You never know who could be listening.
How could I ever possibly lower my voice? This is the unthinking life force, the impression of light, the legendary sunlick, the most precious of all alchemic components.
If you try bottling her up, I'm going to break your neck.
I have spent a lifetime and 1,000 liquor barrels trying to recreate this exact phenomenon, Ada. And here it is, right in front of me, taunting me with the ease with which it shows itself to the unversed.
Bearbeth, that's a person.
Yes, thank you for your input. I suppose it may be good to provide some context so that we can understand each other. This fire is not a fire. It is a stabilized version of an anomaly in the natural progression of the Hatsa currents, which traditionally we'd represent in academia as a swirl, or a vortex due to its properties. In extremely simple layman's terms, this is a Hatsa sink. All that comes in contact with it will be irreparably sucked in and disappeared into oblivion.
Right? But that's a person.
Burbiff looked at the fire. Then he looked at Ada.
No, it isn't.
And here we go again.
Yes, she is! It's just that she's the Yasif, and she was cursed to be forgotten, and...
That's about everything I know, really.
So you're saying this is the Yasif? What remains of her, that is. Yes, that would make some degree of sense. The fate hero cast on the Yasif Omagebseb, and the legendary technique the Sifi in his court developed to bond their souls to automata. As one single concept. Oh, it wouldn't be too much of a logical leap to assume he learned a way to tie his fate to that of others as a measure of self-preservation in the face of oblivion. An instinct to recreate this bond, pass through all of his current, perhaps. Yes, that would explain how the sunlick remains stable. This Yasif must have bonded to both of us, yet ironically, we are the ones providing energy to her. She's both master and golem.
Hold on. I'm getting lost. What do golems have to do with any of this?
Technically speaking, we are all flesh golems, subject to the whims of our nervous system. But
I mean...
in a practical sense, maybe everything, maybe nothing. The knowledge behind the fabrication of golems was banned and destroyed centuries ago. All we know is that the sunlick was used to create a semblance of life in them. It is consciousness itself. Just picture it. A chemical which could even be applied to a living being to erase previous intentions so that the user could infuse their own will. The Yasif would be capable of overwriting the very base of our decision-making if they could exude this substance naturally. They could have the capacity to make golems out of any of us.
Burbiff sounded exceedingly excited about this. Ada made a point to note to himself that he was surrounded by larger freaks than himself.
I suppose that would mean we share some form of connection too, then. We're bosom buddies! Get it? Because of the marks on your... Never mind.
Ada paid no heed to Burbiff's musings. His mind wandered back to the space between getting stabbed and suddenly coming to in Sepp's room trying to save her.
So this really is Yasif's world, and we're all just living in it, huh?
I wonder about that. The sunlick was a famously volatile component, even back when it was commonly synthesized. When exposed to an external power source, golems were known to briefly go mad and then collapse spontaneously into nothing.
Huh.
I don't know whether to blame the curse or just Sif's own nature, but if it is due to their properties being alike, I can only imagine how such fickleness would manifest in an organic body.
Oh, I got a general idea. You know, if you need me to sketch it out or something.
Ada and Burbif looked at each other quizzically. It seems their conversations had diverged slightly at some point.
Be that as it may, this is quite literally a flaw in her existence. She should have been disconnected from the Hutsa a long time ago.
Well, I have it on good authority that she exists. And she's a person, and she's been turned back to being a relatively run-of-the-mill gal before. And Zhao said that other Yasifs change shapes all the time or something.
Indeed. If we look at the Hutsa in its more metaphorical river of emotions interpretation, and consider her existence to be a fragile instability, all it could take to cause such a transformation would be a surge in the current. Whether it be temporary or permanent, willing or unwilling, I'd rather not speculate in that regard. All I can safely say is that she remains in this world because we think that she should be.
What she thinks of it don't make a difference?
Should it?
Ada stepped back, stunned at the question. He'd felt Sep's pain, her void of emotions, and her whirlwind of them. He'd witnessed the darkest pit of her melancholy and stored it away in his own little box of feelings to pretend it wasn't there. Ada sniffed hard, positive that he didn't want to shed a single tear in front of Burbif.
I barely qualify as a Tharthagan, but I consider myself a fantastic engineer and a better alchemist. When faced with a puzzle, not even death could pry me away from its mystery until I stumble upon an answer. And here I atone for my sins, friend. For whatever grief I could have caused you or her to prompt this change, I offer you my time, my resources, and all the knowledge I have. I shall build her a body.
What?
I know it sounds unsettling, but it needn't be. Think of it as a cozy vacation palace to inhabit while she puts her existence in order.
No! I ain't the guy to talk to here. You gotta take this to Zhao when she's less wobbly. She's the expert in all things holy. And Gyof, too. She's a sister. Even Taylor would be.
The sunlick is extremely volatile, as I said. We can't just leave it exposed to the elements the way it is now. The longer we stand by, the likelier it will be for her to cease existing.
I don't know crap about this, okay?
Ada stumbled back.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. Just wait a bit more, okay? I need to get some air.
As you wish. I'll settle myself for the time being in the library, then.
Ada nodded, thankful but barely able to say another word. Ada stood still for a good while, merely listening to the echo of Burbif's footsteps bouncing in the marble slabs. Then came the silence. Old mistress, harrowing companion. Silence always turned our protagonist into an unwise man, because silence was never silent. It brought with it a company of wicked thoughts. He was not the man to ask, not today, not ever. He had no power to choose. He shouldn't even be allowed to choose. Every fraction of a second he spent around his friends, he was only making things worse. No matter how he tried, he could not be relied on. And the worst part was, they knew. He was sure they knew. It was only a matter of time before they found out. If they didn't know... Oh, found out if they didn't know, not new sentence. And if they didn't know, they should have known. Deserter once, deserter twice. Just a matter of time until they knew he could not be relied on. Ada grabbed his shepherd's crook and set towards the...
I wouldn't take another step if I was you, lad. Curfew's on, and Elbar is feeling much better tonight.
Hello, Ilagrab. And on that bombshell of a reveal... That's where we're going to wrap up tonight. Not quite the same as a cliffhanger of someone getting eaten, but a cliffhanger all the same. Look, we're nearly 20 minutes over time. Thank you for the follows, by the way. I appreciate that. We will learn what Illigrab has to say next time. So thank you all for watching. I hope you've had a wonderful time. For those of you watching the VOD in the future on YouTube, thank you as well. Find all the links and stuff to keep up with the channel in the description below. For those of you in chat, those are said social links right there. Right, and with that, we say goodbye to YouTube. Bye-bye, YouTube.